This meeting is being recorded.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone to our March 22nd City Council meeting. In the interest of government transparency with regard to the deliberations and decisions made by the City Council and according to open meeting law, since this meeting was posted as a Zoom meeting, this meeting is recorded by video and audio and will be conducted by remote participation. Additionally, all votes taken by the City Council during this and future remote meetings will be by roll call vote. If you're calling in on a phone, you can press *9. Request to speak. If you're watching on a computer or device, there's a raised hand button that you can tap or press to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications to be recognized to speak. I'd like to begin by announcing the names of the city councilors that are on the call. First of all, I'm Val Gilman. I'm the council president and Ward 4 city councilor. And I will call the rest by the order of roll call. Is Councilor O'Hara on the call?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome, Councilor. Next, we have Councilor O'Neill. Councilor O'Neill is not here yet. Councilor Worthley.
Evening.
Councilor Gross.
Hello.
Councilor Grow.
Here. Present.
Councilor Majota.
Hello.
Councilor Memhard.
Good evening, everybody.
Councilor Nolan. Councilor Nolan is here, and I just saw Councilor O'Neill. So we have all 9 members of the council that are here tonight. Councilor Nolan, are you here? Because I'd like to call on you to lead a moment of silence for someone that is very special to us in the community. I don't see Councilor Nolan's video, so I will proceed. I would like to take a moment of silence for a wonderful member of our community, Mike Linquata, who recently passed away, as well as his wife. And Mike was just such an incredibly dynamic member of our community. He was such a citizen and a person who fought in World War II and did so many wonderful things for our community. Councilor Nolan, would you like to elaborate a little bit on Mike Linquata and what he means to all of us so we can do a moment of silence? Thank you, Councilor.
I would. I'm sorry. We had some difficulties in the beginning. Mike Linquata and his wife Lillian, if I have to go back and think, it would start with family, and then it would start with patriotism, and then it would start with community. His family was always involved with everything in the city of Gloucester. He fought valiantly and survived as a POW in World War II, came to Gloucester, had a wonderful family, worked with businesses, and gave all his efforts to strive and provide for people while earning a living for him and his family. Very sad. He would never, ever not listen to anything for veterans' needs or for anything for America. And we lost 2 true heroes with Lillian and Mike Linquata. And I'd like to give a moment of silence.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. First order of business, Madam Clerk.
First order of business is oral communications.
The public shall have the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communications shall allow any resident who has had a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the council, state their problem without debate, and the matter shall be referred to the proper agency through the office of the mayor. The resident will be notified within a 2-week period relative to the disposition of same, and a copy shall be forwarded to the city council. The person speaking under oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Tonight, Councilor O'Hara will be doing the timing and letting us know when the 3 minutes is up. The council president shall not allow complaints as to individual performance. So would anyone that is on the call like to speak on something that is not on tonight's agenda?
Anyone?
Right now, we have 116 attendees, and it looks like there are 2 folks that have their hands up. So, Madam Clerk, would you accept one of them? And I'd like you to make sure that you introduce yourself as well as your address. Speak to us for up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
We have Jess Samararo. I'm sorry if I missed.
Very good. Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Name
Great.
and address.
Okay.
please.
I'm Jess Samararo. I live at 1 Mansfield Court.
Mhm.
I have 2 orders of business. The first is up at Gloucester Crossing, across the highway from Halyard to the Blackburn Industrial Park. I want to talk about the idea of having a crosswalk there. People cross there anyway. It's just a matter of time until somebody gets hurt. And part of building housing up is also providing different ways of transportation. So a crosswalk leading from it would be the only way to get, the fastest way to get from the center of Gloucester and Halyard Apartments to the Blackburn Industrial Complex, which is only growing and providing so many jobs for our community. So I think that that's something that should have been addressed a long time ago. So something to start thinking about. And the second thing I wanted to talk about was the tavern on the Stacy Boulevard is up for sale. And the parcel says that the beach in front of the tavern is private property and will be the property of whoever buys the tavern. And I'm just wondering about that because it seems like that would be a part of the boulevard that was granted to the city of Gloucester by George Stacy, part of the grand park that we have there. So I think a lot of people are wondering about that.
Okay, thank you, Jess. And
Thanks.
you got a response from the mayor's office within 2 weeks.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, who else?
Elizabeth Enfield.
I just wanted Val to go over the directions about how to speak. You just do the hand and then they come to you. I just wanted to go over the,
You're loud and clear, Elizabeth. So if you could-
okay, so I'll just sign off and do I would like to speak later, but I'll do that later. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mike Burnett, Joanne?
Yes.
Okay. Mike, would you introduce yourself and your address, please?
My name's Mike Fournette. I live at 16 Myrtle Square. And I have a concern about crosswalks myself. The one in particular is on Railroad Street and also on Whistle Stop. It seems to be, well, it is a dangerous intersection. And, you know, I've had numerous encounters over the past year and a half. And I just think something should be done. People are more concerned about approaching cars on Washington Street and not being aware of the pedestrians in the crosswalk. They only see us after they've already committed to the turn at a high rate of speed. And when I say a high rate of speed, just recently, a car flew around that corner and took out 2 other cars. So it's not just pedestrians, it's just the whole behavior on approaching, entering, or exiting Railroad Street.
Thank you very much, Mike, and you'll hear from administration within 2 weeks. Appreciate you being on the call.
Thank you.
I see no other folks with their hands raised, so next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is a presentation from Mike Hale, DPW Director, regarding private road repair and the process of accepting private roads as public ways.
Great, thank you so much. And before I introduce Mike Hale, who is our DPW Director, who is going to walk us through private road repair and the process of accepting private roads as public ways, I'd like to ask Jill Cahill, our CAO, to introduce Mike and the topic. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Madam President, and through you to the members. I apologize on the mayor's behalf. He is held up and planned to be here, but I'm sure he'll be joining us shortly. He just asked me to make a few quick remarks on his behalf to kick off the presentation. And I think the number one thing that he wants to share is that this is the number one topic he heard from residents as he went and walked all the neighborhoods in our great city this past fall. So this is very important to him. Tonight, you're going to hear both from actually Krishna Basu, who's our Assistant City Solicitor, as well as Mike Hale, the DPW Director, on the current status, what we currently have as options for private roads, what makes a private road, all those details related to our current situation. The mayor is committed to exploring options to make improvements in the future. And he, as he's talked about several times, is putting together a working group on private roads. And the intention with that is to explore what are we currently able to do under the ordinance and under Mass General Law, which you'll hear about tonight. He'll ask the working group to make recommendations on potential changes to the current ordinance, as well as recommendations that we may choose to advocate for on the state level to Mass General Law. He'd also like them to review the criteria for when repairs can be made to private roads and how they prioritize that work. And that's just some of the suggestions he's thought about so far. And he's here and I'm here tonight to listen to your comments and your questions to see what else we can add to the charge for that working group. So I think the plan is to start with Krishna, actually, to kind of give you the lowdown on the law piece. And then Mike's here to fill you in on how we currently approach it. And just one aside that I do want to comment on, I'm guessing Mike will get into further, is I just want to make sure the committee, if you haven't done so already, please visit the MMA website and read. Jeff Beckwith had a recent article about Chapter 90 and the effects of inflation on Chapter 90 and what that means to the state aid that we get related to roads. I'm guessing you all know where I'm going with that, but they've level funded it for several years, which essentially is a cut for municipalities. So I don't know if Mike's going to touch on it, but if you have questions there, MMA has a lot to provide on that. So please join us in advocating for state funding.
Thank
And
you. And
To
before we
Krishna.
turn it over to Krishna, thank you, Jill. That was awesome. But I just wanted to introduce John Dunn, who's our CFO, Kenny Costa, who is our auditor, and also Joanne Sinos is our city clerk. So I think we've introduced all members of city staff. And thanks, Jill. And let's turn the control of the meeting over to Krishna. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Krishna Basu, as Jill mentioned, and I'm the Assistant General Counsel here in Gloucester. So I want to try to be brief because I know you have quite a bit on the agenda tonight, but there are three types of ways in Massachusetts. One is public ways, which are ways where the public has a right to pass and the municipalities are responsible, the city of Gloucester would be responsible for repair of those public ways. The second is a true private way, which is a way that is privately owned and privately used and that the public has no right to access or pass. And the one that I think that is the one that we are here to talk about today is what are known as statutory private ways. And those are ways that are open to the public, but the fact that a way is open to the public in that they can use the way does not mean that it's public in the sense that the city has a duty to maintain it and repair it from defects. A very specific process needs to take place for a way to become a public way. But basically it has to be accepted as a public way by the city council through a vote. And there's a statute in this, as well as the Gloucester ordinance says that the city council has to accept a public way. There has to be a statement by the public works director, the mayor, and the city auditor stating that there are sufficient funds on hand to maintain that way in a safe manner. So there's more to that process that I'm not going to go into, because I'm going to talk a little bit more about the private way issue, like things that are private ways right now and what the city's able to do for private ways. So as I said before, public ways are maintained at the public's expense. The city is responsible for maintaining them. Private ways, I think that's a common misconception that if it's open to the public, then it's maintained by the city, but that's not the case. The city is limited in what types of repairs that it can do on private ways. Now, according to the Massachusetts law, it's up to specific cities and towns as to make some type of a bylaw or an ordinance, which we have in Gloucester, as to what type of repairs can be done on private ways. And state law allows cities to have an ordinance that shall determine the type and extent of repairs, if drainage shall be included, if the repairs need to be required by public necessity, the number of abutters that could petition for such a repair, if a betterment shall be assessed, the liability limits on the city or town on account of damage caused by repairs, if the ways need to be used for a certain number of years, and if a cash deposit shall be required for repair. So those are the things that the state allows the city, in this case Gloucester, to do. Now, Gloucester has adopted an ordinance under this state law. And what Gloucester has written in its ordinance is that temporary repairs can be performed in certain situations. Number one, upon a determination by the director of DPW that the condition of a way adversely affects the safety of the inhabitants, and that a repair of a permanent nature is unnecessary to cure the condition. The other situation is upon a determination by the Director of Public Works that the condition of the way constitutes an emergency, which requires immediate repair in order to protect the health or safety of the inhabitants of the city. And those are both in the city, the packet for this meeting on Gloucester's ordinance. So the ordinance also goes into a little bit more of specific detail on temporary repairs. The temporary repairs do include filling of potholes in the subsurface of the private ways, repairs to surface materials, but temporary repairs that the city can do does not include significant excavation, regrading, drainage work, or resurfacing. For anything like that, that's considered a permanent construction of a private way, there's also a specific process that needs to be followed. And that's outlined in section 21 to 83 to section 2185 in the packet that you have. And I don't want to go into all of the details of that, but basically it's a specific process subject to the availability of funding, a recommendation by the mayor, a 2/3 vote of the city council. And it starts with a petition from the abutters of the way. 75% of the abutters need to send out a petition. And there's other requirements. A meeting needs to be called. 75% of the abutters must attend the meeting. 66% of the abutters must vote for the repair. It needs to be reviewed by the DPW director. The city council needs to vote on it, and all of those steps are outlined specifically in the ordinance. So I won't go into detail with that. But in that case, the city will make the repairs to the private way, but it will be paid for by the abutters. And so that's why that specific process of the abutters all being involved in the meetings and in the process and in the request and agreeing to do this repair. So I think I'll let Mike go into kind of more of the practical advice on how this happens, but that's kind of just an outline of our ordinance and what the state law allows us to do.
Great. Thank you, Attorney. And just to note that our Mayor Greg Berger is now on the call as well. So Mike, take it away. You last did a session like this, I think about 3 years ago, and it was invaluable. And the minutes have been on our Facebook, not our Facebook page, but our city website under Public Works. And that has been very helpful for us to have. And with 5 new members, we're eager to hear from you on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Council President Gilman. Just for time's sake, do you want to ask questions or you want to just go through what I know about private road and road repair? I just want to make sure this is the most beneficial to the
Right.
9 councilors.
So I would like you to do your presentation, and then we'll allow for a certain amount of questions that maybe aren't specific to a road, but just in general, a general question about the ordinance, if there are any.
All right, so as Jill had mentioned, the mayor intends to set up a working group to help explore future options for us, evaluate what we have, where we could go with it. I think Public Works sometimes is kind of lashed out to as we're only the messenger here. We are following the state law and the local ordinances. Public ways are maintained at a public expense, as Kristen mentioned, and private ways, all of them are maintained at the expense of the abutters. There's no differentiating between a statutory private way and a dedicated private way as far as maintenance goes, regardless of what the terminus of this private way may be, how many cars use it. It all falls into 2 categories, public or private. The city of Gloucester is about roughly, these are rough numbers, 90 miles of accepted ways. And then we have a combination of around 50 miles or so of unaccepted ways and private ways, dedicated private ways that are only open to the people who have deeded rights to it. In 2013, we did a pavement management program for the city of Gloucester. We're about ready to launch a new one to put a 10-year cycle on these plans. And in 2013, there was $17 million in needed repairs to our public roads. You can't simply just add inflation and say, well, it's 24 or 25 million, 10 years later. You need to take a look at the type of construction that would be necessary to make these road repairs. What once was just a mill and overlay may now be more of a reclamation or total reconstruction just due to the wear and tear in those past 10 years. So the construction type is based on the condition of the road. The Chapter 90 formula lends the city about $640,000 to $680,000 annually in road repair money. That formula is derived from 3 factors: 58.33% are the road miles in the community, 20.33 is the population of the community, and another 20.33 is the number of as it's an employment number determined by the Department of Employment. That's how the Chapter 90 formula is developed. Only accepted roads are eligible, and only certain activities on these roads are eligible for the funding, which we need to apply for annually. I'm the past president of Essex County Highway Association, and I currently represent Essex County on the Mass Highway Association, and we advocate tirelessly for additional Chapter 8 money. Mass Municipal sits on our board, and they advocate as well. My group has testified before various committees at the State House for increased aid, and we haven't seen it. We actually almost see us going backwards in this process, not going forward in this process. And we fund our roads primarily off of Chapter 90 money. Other than capital projects, water sewer projects, in my 23 years, I can recall 2 loan authorizations to pave roads. Other than the private road betterment projects, 2 authorizations to pave public roads in the city of Gloucester. As Krishna mentioned, we've adopted the enabling legislation to allow us to have an ordinance to enter into private way road resurfacing projects. I believe that's chapter 46N. And there's also questions about snow removal. We adopted legislation back in, I think, 1948, chapter 40, sections 6C and D, that allow the city, it was a referendum vote, that allows the city to spend public dollars to remove snow and ice from private ways. Now, there's often a lot of questions in the ordinance that it states that, as Chris mentioned, what I may or may not do as far as repairs on a private way. It becomes difficult when the obligation is to maintain a public way. We are responsible and liable to maintain that public way. There's a huge shortfall of annual money. We don't get as much done as we'd like to in any given year, not because of lack of effort or an interest. It's really a funding issue. We spend virtually every dollar of Chapter 90 money that we're allocated. We may not spend it that calendar year, but it's spent before the end of that fiscal year for sure. Chapter 90 money becomes live, unfortunately, very late in the construction season. The last few years, it's been late July or beginning of August. We are more than halfway through our construction season at that point. So we might not get everything done before it gets too cold to take on projects, but we do the best we can. There are other programs within Mass DOT that Safe Roads to Schools, Complete Streets. There's a number of small programs that we have taken advantage of over the years to help kind of bridge that gap between what we need to do and what funding we have. But it's not nearly enough. Every year I fill out a survey through Mass Municipal, as well as many other communities do it, on the need for additional Chapter 90 funding. And I would say we're about $1 million short annually. And that's just for our public roads. So it becomes very challenging for any expectation that we can lend more service to private roads when we cannot do it to our public roads. I'm not quite sure if you want, I could talk about this until tomorrow morning. So maybe it's best if we just kind of get some questions in so this meeting can continue.
Terrific, thank you. So councilors, let's go around and allow each councilor to ask one question of Mike, and then if time allows, we'll do a second round. So who would like to ask a question of Mike on this? Councilor Nolan.
Not really a question, more of a comment. Mike, thank you for 6+ years of working with you and understanding the facts and working together with a comprehensive plan to work in a process in the betterment procedure that I do believe works best for our tax base and for our city. And kudos for all your work. Other than that, it'd be crickets for me tonight. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Grow.
Yeah, I appreciate, Mike, all that you do, and I know that I'm a bit of sand in your eyeball all the time because I'm constantly complaining about potholes. But let's shift it. Is there anything in the ordinances or within the city that the city can compel property owners to repair a road? I mean, I complain about Brightside all the time because that's a road I use constantly, but it's very, very, very damaged. But obviously, it's a private road. City's been resistant to fixing it because the repairs would be temporary, and clearly there's a greater need for repair there. Can the city compel property owners to repair roads, or is it just sort of tough luck for people who go past them?
I don't know what case law is out there, but within the ordinance, section 2180 2E references that constructed private ways must be maintained so there are no defects to impede the safe passage of emergency vehicles. Now, I don't know what authority Public Works has on this. My guess is we'd probably have to, take legal action against the abutters, which I'm not sure how we would do that. And it's maybe Krishna could jump in there.
Krishna, would you like to respond?
That's something that I can definitely take a look into, Counselor, and to see if there are any. Given that the statutory private ways are privately owned and that it's up to the abutters to maintain them. I'm not sure what type of legal action, but I would definitely be happy to look into that.
And just kind of a follow-up on this as well, we also have the opportunity to look at as counselors what the roads are that possibly are in the queue for public transfer. And that would be something that we could always look at based on the road and our feelings. And also, it also costs money every time we broaden the amount of public roads in the city. It just depletes the little amount that we get from Chapter 90, which, as Mike has already said, is only about half of what we need for our existing public roads. So that's the conundrum there. But it's certainly something that we always have as an option. But it's a tough option because we just don't get enough money in Chapter 90. Any other questions right now from counselors that are on the call on Councilor Memhard?
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Krishna. I've certainly learned a lot about private road repair in my 6 years as a counselor and having undertaken 3 betterment projects and also participated in the private paving of several roadways that chose not to go through the betterment process. It is a point that bears clarification and reminding simply that, Mike and Krishna, if you could speak to this, that it doesn't feel fair to taxpayers that there is a distinction between those who live on private ways and get road repair and those who live on public way, vice versa, public ways and get road repair at city expense, and those who live on private roads and have the private burden of paying for pothole repair or road maintenance. The difficulty comes for us as taxpayers and citizens and residents when the majority of the traffic on, say, Beach Road or Brightside Avenue is in fact not the abutters, but these are through roads, and the majority of the traffic are citizens or visitors from elsewhere who are using the roadway to get from here to there, and they don't have any rights. They're not abutters. They don't live on the road. They're not driving on the road in order to get to their home and their driveway. But like Beach and like Brightside, to put that burden upon the burden of repair on the abutters, while the majority of the traffic can be documented as being not resident traffic, is a real challenge for people to wrap their minds around. And if you could just clarify and confirm that, it would be helpful. Thank you.
I can start, I suppose.
Thank you,
Again,
Mike.
there is no distinguishing between a statutory private way and any other type of private way, just because it's open to the public as a statutory private way. And again, that's if these are statutory private ways. I haven't looked at every street in the city to know which one was laid out on the statute, which ones were not. So I mean, that's an exercise that probably could happen at some point. But just because, and again, this is said in some various state case laws, just because it's open to the public does not provide any relief to the abutters to maintain. Again, I know it does not sound fair. I am sympathetic towards this. I spend way too much of my professional time dealing with this issue because it is a hot button issue. It really is. But our hands are relatively tied because the state law only gives us so much flexibility. We can't add more flexibility to our local ordinance without it being supported by state law. So it does become a challenge for sure.
Thank you, Mike. Any other
Thank you.
questions from counselors? Council Worthley.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mike. I've worked with you for over 20 years and I have a lot of respect for you. I think you know that. And I don't know anybody who could do your job. This is a problem that affects every neighborhood in every area of the city. I'd like to make a comment and then a question. The comment about compelling people to maintain their own private roads. I can't see a scenario. People are already overtaxed and looking for the city to help. I can't see us being heavy-handed and saying you need to fix your road. It seems to be counterproductive to what we're trying to accomplish here, but that's just my opinion. The question is, there was a point in time when the city did maintain every road. You get a pothole, you make a phone call, it got addressed. Maybe that was wrong. How did that change? What compelled that to change? And why did it change?
I think there may be some nuance in the term maintenance. You know, are we maintaining private roads or are we providing temporary repair to private roads? And there's a difference. There's a legal definition difference. We can provide temporary repairs if funding allows. And that's one of the biggest factors here, is that if funding allows. And also, I mean, this is something that people don't like to hear. It's very difficult to say, no, I can't help you. It's very easy to say yes. And when you say yes too often, you wind up diluting that pot and you wind up not providing adequate service to your obligation. And that's something that happened in the city. It happened, I mean, I can remember being in the engineering division before city council, when the council was furious that our public roads were in such poor condition. We diluted the pot so much that we did not take care of our liability, our responsibility to the public ways. So I'm not disagreeing with what you said, but I don't believe we provided maintenance to these ways. I believe we provided temporary repairs to these ways when funding was available to us.
Okay.
Pothole money does not grow fast enough to cover our public ways, let alone our private ways. And we still do fill potholes on private ways that don't need to be resurfaced. If you called and said there's a single hole in my street or 2 holes on my street, that's one thing. But when the road is in such disrepair that it takes the entire annual allotment of pothole money, that's no longer temporary repairs. That's maintenance through pothole repair, which is prohibited.
Thank you, Mike.
Madam Chair.
Councilor O'Hara has had his hand up. Councilor.
Thank you. Mike, thank you very much for being here tonight. Thank you for participating in the private road repairs that I've been a part of in Councilor Memhard and Councilor Nolan's wards. I think once the butters get over the sticker shock, if you will, they've been extremely pleased with the finished product. Souther Road, naming one, was a very complex, although short road in the big scheme of things, with all the utilities underground and the ledge. Everyone worked through it, and the abutters ultimately got a finished product, which they're extremely pleased with. So I want to thank you for that, and I thank you again for being here tonight.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone has not spoken yet that has their hand raised? Councilor Gross. Would you unmute yourself, Councilor Gross? Thank you.
I'm working on it. Yep. Couple of questions. I was also, my street was a beneficiary of this road ordinance. It worked very well. We're fortunate that we don't have through traffic. And the improvements of drainage that happened after the walkthrough with Mike and Mike Nacella were quite astounding, actually, how it just improved the road so much. Like Jamie just said, once they got over the sticker shock and they got the road, they're extremely happy they did it. And that's just one point I want to make, but I have a couple of questions, and I don't know if it's for Krishna or Mike. What are the qualifications for a road to be public? Are there dimensional qualifications? Is there anything statutorily?
There's a host of them, Counselor. And there's a certain vintage road that kind of within our ordinance, it excludes dimensional requirements, but new roads are 40 feet.
Attorney Basu, do you have something to add?
No, I guess I misunderstood what Councilor Gross was asking. I didn't know if you were talking about legally what has to be done to make it public, but if you were talking about the dimensions, then Mike has answered that.
Right. Another question I have is, let's say we do take action and we deem certain private roads eligible to be paved, are we putting ourselves at risk from the other roads that have paid for themselves, at a legal risk? Do you understand the question I'm asking? Are we exposing ourselves to some legal risk if we do pave certain private roads, but we made other residents pay for their own?
I mean, I think this, I'm sorry, Kristen.
No, go ahead, Mike.
I don't know what mechanism we could use to invest public roads free of charge, public funds free of charge to a private way.
Okay.
There's no mechanism in place to do that, and we can't do that locally.
Yep.
I don't believe we can do that locally. I mean, it's an issue. Massachusetts is very unique. I don't think you're going to find a statutory private way in the other 49 states. I believe Massachusetts is a kind of a lone bastion of old colonial law, and that's where it rests. It's not something that you see when you get out into more, or newer state governments. It's very old and it hasn't changed. Does it need to change? Perhaps it does. There is a lot of inequity to this, but I don't see how we could make a list of private roads that we want to prioritize to pave with public dollars legally.
Right. And the other thing I would just add to that is if a way is a public way and the municipality, the city is responsible for it, then the city is also responsible and liable for any injury or any, property damage on that road. And so, that, by definition, when it's a public way, then we do have a legal responsibility.
All right, and Mike, if I understood you right, it's 40 feet for new roads, but older existing roads they just are what they are.
Yeah, Council, I don't want to take my eyes off the screen, because I know you guys are trying to get to the full agenda tonight, but within the ordinance, it lists, or maybe it's within state law, it lists a certain vintage road that, a town to town meeting or a city to city council can accept regardless. But again, there are some factors that really need to be taken into consideration if we're going to consider that. We're on about a 40 to 42 3-year paving schedule for our public roads today. If we accept private roads as public that are in disrepair, those roads won't earn their keep for 100 years. And in that time period, that because they are public ways, we've paved them, 2 to 4 times, depending on the amount of traffic they have. So it dilutes the
Right.
total funding available for our other obligations.
Yeah, it's less of the pie for everything else.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go for just a couple more questions. Anyone else has not spoken?
Right.
Council Majota.
Hello. I think all the other councils pretty much, and I'll be damned if I don't ask this, so a major road that we have in Ward 3 and Ward 4 is, I can't think of it right now. Riverview. So what, if that road is deemed unpassable, even though it's a statutory private way, how does that work? Is it all about funding still as well? And I know you've driven down that road, or not the first time you heard about this, if it's deemed unpassable or cars are being damaged, can anything be done?
The butters are responsible to keep the way in good condition.
Okay.
Let me make sure that, all right, Council Grow.
Just very quickly, I just want a clarification on the distinction between statutory private ways and dedicated private ways. Are those also permissive private ways? I know there's, and can property owners keep the public from moving down private ways? I mean, in what circumstances could I say, look, I'm going to pave my road, but you're not going to be able to pass through here any longer? Is that even an option available to people? I'm not suggesting it's a good one, but I think that gets to Councillor Nembhard's frustration comments about people feeling like, look, I'm paying taxes, I've got this road, people are driving it across it, I can't shut it down, and yet I'm supposed to be responsible for maintaining it. So in what circumstances can people decide, I'm going to shut this down? I'm not going to let anybody go on my road.
Well, there's three categories. So there's public ways, which are open to the public and maintained by the city. Then there's private ways that are privately owned and privately used and not open to the public. But I think most of the roads that we've talked about tonight and that are a concern are statutory public ways, and those are privately owned, but the city has accepted them in the sense of that they are open to the public. So they would not be able to be closed to the public.
And how many dedicated private ways do we have in Gloucester? Do we know?
It's a much lower number than statutory private ways. And those are the ways that wind through people's private property, generally speaking, and there's some sort of easement that's granted to, the people that pass and we pass on it, and it's very specific on who it is.
Okay.
The way statutory private ways are explained to me is, Councilor Grow, you own a large piece of land and you're asking the city to asking permission to create a loop road on it so you can subdivide that land so you can make your living. Kind of the quid pro quo is, yes, the planning board will allow you to lay out a way under the authority of the city council so that you can sell your 10 lots with the condition that, yes, you can do this, it's your way, but it needs to be open to the public afterwards. And that little clause in many people's deeds that references to be used as all usual purposes a public way doesn't make it a public way. It still makes it, it's still a private way. If you read any deed that references a right to the way, you get a private way, because public roads don't have that clause in their deed. That clause you're not going to find in any deed on a public road.
So are there any more questions? Council Worthley, go ahead.
Thank you. I could probably go all night with these questions, but I'll keep it brief. I'll keep it brief. Using the example of Riverview Road, the city purchased Poles Hill, and there's a public access, not quite the end of the street. And the city also permits a lot of the developments that are closer to the river, which allow for big trucks to come through to build those buildings. And there's additional damage done to the road. And I feel very compelled to say the people that live on that street shouldn't be responsible for the things that the city allows or does for those things. The same thing happens at Corliss Landing, for example, at the end of Apple Street. There's a dedicated public use that's advertised by the city of Gloucester for people to use. And I don't feel like the people who, this is just a personal feeling, people who live there should be responsible for the damage that's done by members of the public. And I wonder if there's a quasi definition that we can do locally that says if there's a public use, a dedicated public use for something on that street, there's lots in East Gloucester, there's lots in Lanesville, everywhere you go. Can we then create an opportunity for us to put public money for a private road that has a public use to it?
Can I jump in before we turn this over to Mike Hale or to our CAO or Mayor Verga? So I just want to add that right now in O&A, we have an excavation ordinance in front of us. And one of the matters that discusses is the need for developers, contractors to put a road back to as good, if not better condition, and how that is measured and how we can get our arms around that. So that's one of the possibilities, to your point, Council Worthley, about contractors that might need to be putting the roads back in good, if not better condition. And that is a contractual agreement as well with the utilities and the contractors. And that's a whole separate issue. And I think it's very helpful, but I don't know, Jill or Mike, if you have anything to add to that, or to Greg, but this is where the working group will be helpful. I think for tonight's meeting, we really wanted to just allow the new counselors, of which there are 5, to at least get a basic overview of the policy, the ordinance that's on the books right now. Jill or Mike, do you have anything to add? Or Greg? Greg's on the call. Greg, I'd love as mayor, if you would just like to speak to that, that would be great.
Yeah, I think if we were to do a poll of everybody on the screen right now, we all be in agreement that it'd be better if we did the private roads instead of not doing private roads. But we are limited by A, the law, and B, dollars. So I think we've probably reached the end of the road, no pun intended, for this discussion, which was to sort of bring the new councils up to date of where we stand today. The working group is the next step that we have to take to figure out, as has been said before, is what we can do with current ordinances and current state law, what we can do by changing local ordinances, and what we can do by working with the state to change state law. Until we get those questions answered, we're just throwing around a bunch of different scenarios that we really can't put an actual finger on. So I would just urge us to say this is the end of this conversation for tonight, and there'll be a lot more conversation going forward in the very short term.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And I just want to wrap up this conversation by reminding everybody, and as well as the 154 people that are attending, that on our Public Works Department website, if you click on private road repair, there's a very helpful website that Councilor Memard, Nolan, Grace Poirier, our Assistant City Clerk, as well as Rose, who works for Mike Hale, work together on. And it's user-friendly. It gives people all the information that you might want. We'll have the summary of tonight's meeting on that as well. We'll add that. And it's very beneficial. So as a ward counselor, my first suggestion to people when they call me is, please, here's the link, read up on it, and then let's talk tomorrow more about it. And that's really useful to do. And of course, you always ask people to start off with a C-click fix. And that way it gets routed to Public Works, and then they guide you into what the next step is. So anyway, I think that we've exhausted this conversation, and on behalf of our city council, Mike and Krishna, thank you so much for being here, and our CAO and our mayor. This is an important topic, and I'm excited about this working group, and as always, your willingness to listen and help our council out. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The next order of business is the confirmation of new appointments.
Okay, I'm going to turn control of the meeting over to our O&A Chair, Sean Nolan. Thank you, Sean.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to give Mayor Verga a chance to respond or to talk about the new appointments before we go through them individually, as time doesn't matter tonight. I know that Greg enjoys talking to these people, and we really appreciate hearing it from him. So if Greg would like to give a little point before we move on with the appointments.
Right. So thanks, Councilor Nolan. In the interest of time, which we're probably going to be here till 2 a.m. tonight, but let's try to get this part through quickly. We have 7 women on tonight for appointment. Two of the boards that are on here are typically dominated by males. So I think it's great that in Women's History Month, we're doing all of these appointments, as well as the number of other women we've put forward over the last several weeks. But I just want to thank each of them for stepping forward. I said it a million times, but the volunteers are the backbone to this city and any other municipality. And I really appreciate them, their willingness to step forward and put their time in when there are other things they could be doing with their time. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Councilor Nolan.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Verga. So first off, we have the Archives Committee. We have Danny Hodge-Stotzer. Danny, how you doing tonight? There's a lot of people on here, so it's hard to find if Danny is here.
If she could raise her hand, it'd be easier for me to find her.
You may need to repeat the rules for people on a phone. The stars.
Danny Stotzer is on the call. I mean, she's there as Danny, D-A-N-I Stotzer.
The attendees are alphabetic by first name.
If you can type in Danny, DANI in the search bar.
I am doing it the best I can. So okay, so she's on.
Danny, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for coming
Okay.
tonight.
Okay, and can you see me or do you need to?
We don't have to, we can hear you.
Okay.
If you can just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be Archives Committee, that'd be excellent.
Okay. Well, I grew up in Gloucester, a long time here. And growing up, I worked at Hammond Castle. I also worked at Beauport Museum and have a true love of Gloucester. I went to college. I was a history major. I went to Salem State when it was a college, not a university, and received my master's there. I taught history both here and in Manchester, New Hampshire at the Vocational Technical College there. I have since semi-retired, but my love for history is still with Gloucester. I'm helping out on the 400th by working on the timeline with the Cape Ann Museum, the archives, and of course the library. I have been volunteering at the archives since, probably about a year now. And I feel that I wanted to make another step towards becoming a member of the Archives Committee. And that's about it. Do you have any questions for me or?
Excellent, Danny, thank you. Is there any counselor questions for Danny tonight? All right, with that being said, I'll read the committee report. On a motion by Councilor Harris, seconded by Councilor Majota, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to appoint Danny Hodge Stolzer to the Archives Committee, term to expire 2/15/25, and I so move.
Second.
It's a motion made by Councilor Nolan and seconded by Councilor O'Hara. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, a roll call vote. Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman. Yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you so much, Danny. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you all so very much. I appreciate it.
Not a problem.
Continue,
So next we
Councilor.
have to the Council Capital Improvement Advisory Board. We have Kelly Brancaleone. Kelly, how you doing tonight?
She was on the call just before but I don't see her on the call again.
I see your hand up.
Let me see. I'm going by alphabetical order and I don't see her. She was under Kelly Brancaleone.
I got her third from the top.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Kelly. How you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful. Being an educated person yourself, on the Capital Improvements Advisory Board, we have a busy night tonight. If you could just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you would like to be on the advisory board.
Sure. I have a degree in civil engineering, and I have experience working on large-scale capital projects. Currently, I'm working for myself here in Gloucester as a structural engineer, so I'm pretty familiar with the local construction industry. And I'm really looking forward to an opportunity to help advise Gloucester on our future capital investments.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kelly. Is there any questions from any counselors tonight? All right, seeing none, I'll read the committee report. On a motion by Councilor O'Hara, seconded by Councilor Majota, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend to the city council to appoint Leone to the Capital Improvements Advisory Board, term to expire 2/14/25, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Nolan, seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there discussion? Our roll call vote, Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worsley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Kelly, thank you so much.
Yep, thanks for the opportunity. Take care.
Continue.
And next up for the City Hall Restoration Commission, we have Kelly Verga. Kelly, how you doing tonight?
Hi, Sean. Great. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you for your donation to the blood drive.
Oh, you're welcome.
So if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself, that'd be excellent.
Sure. So I am a nurse up at Beverly Hospital. I've been there for about 30 years. And during that time, I have been involved on several committees that have done improvements throughout the hospital. I'm actually on one right now that's looking at a master facilities plan. I enjoy working on committees and working with people to get, tasks accomplished. And spending all the time recently I have at City Hall, I see there is a real need to preserve City Hall. It's a beautiful building. We're so lucky to have it. And I just want to be part of the excellent group that's working to preserve it and keep it for the next generations.
Excellent. Thank you, Kelly. Is there any counselor questions for Kelly tonight? All right, with that being said, I just want to also recognize that it is Women's Month. We do have a lot of women on tonight, but we have 2 nurses, and Kelly is one of the nurses, and nurses are very important to us. So with that being said, I'd like to read the motion. And on a motion by Councilor O'Hara, seconded by Council Majota, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to appoint Kelly Verga to the City Hall Restoration Committee, term to expire 2/14/25, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Nolan, seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes. Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memhard,
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next on the agenda will be the Council on Aging. We have Elizabeth Betty Monroe.
I don't see her on the list of attendees.
All right, Elizabeth, if you are out there, if you could raise your hand, it would help us a little bit. We'll give it a second or so. All right, so we'll move on. We'll come back to Elizabeth and we'll move on to Tessa Brown from the Fisheries Commission. Hi, Tessa, how you doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. If you could just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the Fisheries Commission, that'd be excellent.
Yep, so I've lived in Gloucester for the last 14 years. My husband's a commercial fisherman. And then about 5 years ago, I started a shoreside lobster dealer in East Gloucester. And I currently talk to or am involved with a large majority of the fishing fleet in Gloucester on a daily basis, whether it's helping them renew permits or get boat loans or whatever I can sort of do to help them, as well as buy product from them and provide them with bait. So I feel like it would be good if I could advocate for the fleet as well as become more involved in the city and what goes on, since my whole life is currently depending on fishing between my husband and myself, and recently purchasing a property on the water that is completely dependent on fishing. I think this would be a good place for me to put some of my time and energy.
Excellent. Thank you, Tessa. Is there any questions from the council for Tessa tonight? Frank, I see your hand up.
Not a question, it's more of a comment. Just knowing Tessa a little bit, I know that she's extremely hardworking, and she's very determined in running a successful business, and she's very passionate about the fishing industry. So I just want to say she's outstanding and she'd be great in this committee.
Excellent. Thank you, Council Majota. I agree wholeheartedly with you as well. Is there any other questions from the council? All right, seeing none, I'll move on with the recommendation. On a motion by Council O'Hara, seconded by Council Majota, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to appoint Tessa Brown to the Fisheries Commission, term to expire February 14th, 2025, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Nolan, seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there a discussion?
Honey, I'm just about to speak. Oops.
Okay. Not sure what that is, but anyway, roll call vote. Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memhard,
Yes, absolutely.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Welcome, Tessa. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
very
Tessa.
much. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Also
All right.
note, I
Yes.
think Betty Monroe is on if she's the THEMUNS. Do you want to circle back to her or do you want to wait till the end?
We can move on to Maria and Tricia because I believe we have them up right now.
Yes, okay.
So next on the Fisheries Commission would be Maria Carpenter. Maria, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Can't complain. If you could just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the Fisheries Commission.
Sure. So I am a daughter of a commercial fisherman. Well, now he's retired, but and I work for Fishing Partnership Support Services. I'm a navigator and I help enroll fishermen and families and community members in health insurance. I'm also a community health worker and a recovery coach. I work with fishermen on a daily basis with all sorts of needs. And with so many obstacles, I feel that the fishermen need an advocate. So to address their concerns, and I would like to be part of the commission for that reason, and also to help keep this sustainable food source available to all of our citizens. So I'm happy to join the commission and hopefully I can help them along and keep this all ready and going. So.
Excellent. Thank you, Maria. Is there any questions from any counselors tonight? All right, see none. Maria, thank you for your time. And it's been a good month for recovery coaches. Hopefully you reach out to Tito and Thumbs Up and from AGH and Beverly and everything that's going on. It's all moving forward. And thank you. So with that, the motion, we have a motion by Councilor O'Hara, seconded by Council Majota, that the ordinance and administration committee voted by roll call 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to appoint Maria Carpenter to the Fisheries Commission, term to expire February 14th, 2025, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Nolan, seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you so much. Maria. Welcome.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you very much.
So next up, we have in the Gloucester Cultural Council, Trisha O'Neill. Trisha, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. I'm sorry. I think I was speaking and I thought I had myself muted, but I had you guys muted. Sorry.
That's right. You just tell me that
Sorry about that. I was telling my husband not to cook in the kitchen to make noise. How are you? How are you all?
We're doing
Hi,
well.
Val.
Hi,
Hey, Tricia.
Good, good. Hi, Tracy.
How you doing?
Good.
So we're gonna try to move us right along.
Sure,
tonight. We have
of course.
If you could just give us a quick, brief overview of why you're
Sure.
in the Gloucester Cultural Council, that'd be excellent.
Sure. Yeah. So my husband and I have been living up in Gloucester full time for about 16 years. But my husband's family has a long history in Gloucester and since the 40s. And we're both artists. And Steve's actually working on the website for the 400th anniversary. And we like to be involved in art projects and helping various things. And I thought this would be a good way for me to be able to contribute to the city that we love so much. I have a friend that's on the Cultural Council who encouraged me, and I'm happy to be contributing if I can. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Trisha. Is there any questions or comments from the council tonight? All right, with that being said, I'd like to read the report on a motion by Councilor Nolan, seconded by Councilor Majota. The Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council to appoint Trisha O'Neill, fulfilling the unexpired term to the Gloucester Cultural Council, term to expire 2/14/24, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Nolan, seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes, welcome, Tricia.
Council
Thank you.
Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, welcome.
Thank you.
Yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memhard,
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes, go Green Monster.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you very much. Look forward to working with you
Hope you
all.
enjoy your dinner tonight. So,
Thank you. Good night.
so
Thanks.
we're gonna go back to Betty Monroe, who is now on the call. So,
Hello, can you hear me?
We can,
Can you
Betty,
hear
how
me?
you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How is everyone there?
We are doing well. If you just want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the Council of Aging, that'd be wonderful.
Sure. I'm a retired registered nurse. Been retired for about 6 years. I have done a lot of volunteer work over at the Open Door, working with the clients there. I've had a lot of experience working with senior citizens. I found myself at the Rose Baker Senior Center on Thursday, celebrating St. Patrick's Day, and it was a wonderful experience. And I'm looking to do more work with the seniors in the city of Gloucester, and also maybe tie that in towards helping out with the Open Door as well.
Excellent. Sounds wonderful, Betty. Is there any questions or comments from the council?
I just want to comment and to tell Betty that I'm on the Council on Aging Board, as you know, and I'm really excited that you're joining us and that you're at the St. Patrick's Day event. So thank you. Volunteers.
Thank you.
All right, with that being said, we have a motion, and on a motion by Councilor O'Hara, seconded by Councilor Majota, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to appoint Elizabeth Betty Monroe to the Council on Aging, term to expire February 14th, 2025, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Nolan, seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Counselor Majota,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard,
Yes.
Counselor Nolan.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Welcome, Betty. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor Nolan, for all that work on O&A, and also to the mayor and Jill Cahill, our CAO, for really getting their arms around all these new appointments and doing a lot of work to get all these important boards and commissions staffed. So thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is the consent agenda.
Counselors, is there anyone in the call that wishes to pull any matters off the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Counsel Memard, seconded by Counsel Worthley. Roll call vote. Counsel O'Hara,
Yes.
Counsel O'Neill,
Yes.
Counsel Worthley,
Yes.
Counsel Gilman, yes. Counsel Gross,
Yes.
Counsel Grow,
Yes.
Counsel Majota,
Yes.
Counsel Memhard,
Yes.
Counsel Nolan.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the standing committee report of the Budget and Finance, the meeting of March 17th.
I'd like to turn the meeting over to Counsel Memard, our BNF Chair. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Madam President. We had a fairly full Budget and Finance agenda at our last Thursday night's meeting. And in the interest of time tonight, because we have so much still before us, rather than going through the items individually, I would like to submit a consent agenda from Budget and Finance. If we accept that, then I'll go ahead and make a few comments about some of the substance of it, but unless someone has something to pull off the consent agenda for the Budget and Finance. Councilor Gilman?
I would like to remove number 2022-010, Memard, election of the city auditor pursuant to city charter, section 2-7, item A.
So noted. Want to speak to that?
Sure. So I just wanted to mention that this is an important appointment, continuation of the service of Ken Costa, who has been our our auditor for many years. And we're excited to have him up for this reappointment. And that's all. So I would just like to put him back on the unanimous consent agenda, but I wanted to just recognize his accomplishments. So thank you.
Councilor Gross?
Are we taking up item number 1 as a consent and then the rest all individually?
Unless we have individual questions, I was going to go ahead and do the whole thing.
All right, well, we're missing, let me see, $83,000. $83,700.
Oh, which is the transfer to the
SA 25, which is the transfer to the,
Waterways General Stabilization Account.
yep. So SA 25 needs to be taken out of number 1 and put in somewhere.
Are you using the council template or are you using the BNF consent agenda that was sent to you under separate cover?
I'm using the BNF motions at the BNF.
Okay.
It's on the motion template.
Yeah, I have that, Tony, so I think we'll cover that.
Okay.
So I'm going to just quickly review the items that we covered, then we can take them as a whole. There were a total of 10 expenditures for the Harbor Master Waterways related to various waterway investments on maintenance and improvements. And then there's also, as Councilor Gross was just mentioning, so those 10 or so items totaled $65,700. Then in addition, there's a $83,732 transfer to the Waterway Stabilization Fund from their general fund from last year's waterway revenues. So that's the main item. There's a supplemental appropriation to the clerk's office for a new shredder, heavy-duty shredder. Director of Elder Affairs, Elise Sinagra, presented a request for acceptance of help the $6,145 contributions. I was going to briefly list those, including from Sandra Smith, Marion Hasselgrad, Margaret Cornell, Phyllis Reardon, William and Cheryl Doucette, Marilyn Grant, Norma Silva, Barbara Buswell, Dorothy Taliadoris, Charles Steiner, Senior Care Inc., the Jebediah Foundation on behalf of an anonymous donor, Marilyn Grant, Richard Semple, Athena McInnes, George Montoris, MD, Gail Gehring, Vincie Woodhams, and Grace Simpson. And I'd like to so note their contribution and encourage others to support the senior center. And then the final items we had a budgetary transfer for an outreach counselor at the senior care, and a $50,000 transfer for hazardous tree removal on our public roadways. And then another transfer in the health department, $16,200 for developing new online survey infrastructure, accepting a grant for that purpose. So those are the items that we covered. And unless anyone has any questions, I would entertain a motion to accept as a consent agenda.
So moved.
Second. I still don't see where that 87,000 is, even in the template.
You know, I have it at the bottom of the Harbor Master transfers.
No, you have totally 65,700. 67,000. I think that's what SA 15 through 24 add up to.
Yeah, and there's a separate line item, our recommendation, supplemental appropriation 2022 SA 25 in the amount of $83,732 from the Waterways Enterprise Fund to the Waterways Stabilization Fund.
Yeah, that's in the consent, that's in the template, but it's not here on this standing committee report. It's in with the 20, which is what we're voting on, correct?
So I would ask that the clerk make sure that we add that specific item to this consent agenda.
SA 25 needs to be taken out of that, that top line item. That's all.
Yep.
Are we
Joanne,
settled with this?
Yeah, as long as it's moved, you know, with that change.
Okay.
Yep.
So I believe that we have a motion to approve by Councilor Memard, if I'm not mistaken, and seconded by
Worthley and then Gross.
Okay, so seconded by Councilor Worthley. Is there a discussion, councilors? Did I do something wrong?
No.
Okay.
Jeff moved it and I seconded it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Council Worthley made the motion and Councilor Gross seconded it. So I think we're good with that. And we've got Kenny that we can wave to, and thank you for being our auditor and being through this appointment. Is there a discussion on this motion that's in front of us before we do a roll call? Councilor Nolan.
The Waterways Board is excellent, and the Harbor Master's office is a great job. But more importantly, Kenny, you're a rock star, and I definitely have to tell you that your work is appreciated. I look forward to working with you for another 2 years. You're a great man, and I couldn't be happier for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other discussion before we do the roll call? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor O'Hara,
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes, thank you all.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, Council Memard. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the Ordinance and Administration Standing Committee report of March 14th.
Back to Council Nolan.
All right, so we have an action that we're looking for a public hearing, and it would be CC 2022-003 O'Hara, amend GZO Chapter 21, street, sidewalks, and other public places. Section 2119, removal of snow from sidewalks, and Section 21-20, removal of covering of ice sidewalks. Homeowners above the age of 60 shall be exempt. This was changed to remove the total ordinance, as there'd be no requirement for homeowners to shovel or remove snow from public sidewalks. And that's what's going to be advertised as the public hearing for us to have.
Okay, any questions, councilors, on that standing report? Okay, seeing none, Council Grow,
I'm sorry, Sean, can you repeat what it is that we're actually be voting on?
It's going to be, we're actually going to be voting on to remove the law requiring people to shovel or remove snow from their sidewalks.
So no further requirement for shoveling snow for anybody.
Exactly. We're removing the age of 60, and we're going to have a public hearing on the actual removing of the ordinance from the books.
Council Nolan, can you just explain what the vote was coming out of subcommittee on that?
We did have a few votes that was back and forth on the motion. The idea is that the administration has gone through their motions on this. It's up to the city council to move forward with either having a unenforceable law or not. And by going with an age situation, it complicates everything as far as who knows who's 60, who's not 60, is a spouse under 60, so on and so forth. So we believe that the easiest thing is to put it to full public hearing and to have it come up as a vote to either make it a law that you remove snow from the sidewalks or not.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do you know when the public hearing would be advertised for this?
For the April 12th City Council meeting.
Okay, great. And councilors, I encourage you to all read the minutes of the last O&A meeting so you can get up to speed on this if you haven't already done so. Thank you, Council Nolan. I appreciate it. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the Planning and Development Standing Committee report of March 16th.
Council Grow.
We got nothing.
Thank you.
Slackers.
Yeah, that's what you're going to say at the end of this meeting tonight.
So councilors, without objection, I would like to take 2 items for council vote out of order. I would like to take for council vote the decision to adopt special council permit 2022 Beacon Street, number 32, map 16, building heights in excess of 35 in the R5 high density residential and conversion 2.3.17 to a new multifamily apartment dwelling, 4 to 6 dwelling units. In addition, I'd like to take the motion to adopt the decision for special council permit. I'm sorry, I already said that. In addition, I'd like to take for council vote number 2, city council response to the MBTA community guidelines without objection. So I would like to then refer your attention to for council vote. A decision to adopt for special council permit 2022-001 Beacon Street number 32. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilor Grow. Is there a second?
Second.
I believe that was Councilor Gross. Yes?
Nolan.
No? Councilor Nolan, thank you. Is there a discussion, councilors, on this motion to adopt?
What exactly are we doing? We approving this?
We've already, go ahead, Councilor Grow, you're the chair. of
We've
P&Z.
already voted this at the council, but we have to do a full council for council vote to finalize that it's past the period of appeals. I think, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So this finalizes the vote that we took a few weeks ago.
So
Thank you.
Joan's going to correct me on this.
Okay, it doesn't, it's not for the appeal period. The appeal
Don't
period,
listen to me about anything.
that's okay. The appeal period starts after the decision is adopted by city council. So what happens is after a special city council is voted on by council, it goes to legal. They have 90 days to write a decision. The decision comes back to the city council to adopt the decision. And if the council adopts it, then after what happens after this vote on Thursday, it gets time stamped, and then the 20-day appeal period starts. But
I know it's something like that.
yeah, even though the council voted it at a previous city council meeting, a decision has to be adopted because that decision has to be filed with the registry of deeds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilor Gross, you have a question?
So is this a matter that's decided on in subcommittee?
Yes. But we already voted it. We already had this through full council and we all voted it unanimously. And now it's back for adoption.
I thought we voted to send it to subcommittee.
No, it's
No,
already been to subcommittee. We've already taken this up. We've already had the,
Okay.
The
Okay.
head exception and the
Oh,
creating-
all right. Oh, yeah. This is the Beacon Street. Got it.
exactly. Great. These are good questions, so thank you. So we have a motion by Councilor Grow, seconded by Councilor Nolan. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilor O'Hara,
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Grow,
Yes.
Councilor Majota,
Yes.
Councilor Memard,
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
The motion to adopt special council permit 2022-001 Beacon Street number 32 is supported, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. And the next order of business under for council vote is the city council response to the MBTA community guidelines. I asked to take this out of order because I think that this is going to take less time than the upcoming public hearing and on the zoning amendments. So what I'd like to do is ask our Madam Clerk if you would share the screen, and councilors, what I am proposing that we do right now is, this isn't mandatory, but I would like to see that the council might want to support a common theme with how we feel about these guidelines. And these guidelines are not the amendments that are in front of us, rather the guidelines that are in front of us right now to take a look at and make suggestions to the state. And I think everyone's clear that people had until last night to make suggestions to our mayor. And there was on the fact sheet, which is on the city council website, his email address to send your suggestions to. And then by the end of this month, the Department of Housing and Community Development has also asked for feedback from the city. And we as a council council have an opportunity to review this. And we have some suggestions, and what I'd like to do is go through this. And just if a counselor is not comfortable with one of our suggested bullets, then I would just ask that you say you're not comfortable, and we'll just delete that from our list. But we're hoping that we can get consensus on what we feel are important in the guidelines. And I would also like to just mention that everyone had an opportunity to give feedback, and it was due yesterday at noon. And Councilor Gross did the lion's share of this work. And I had also submitted my thoughts on this by noon yesterday. And so together we kind of drafted this, but it's only a draft, and we want to make sure that counselors have an opportunity to weigh in. So if we could just look at this and then scroll up a little bit. This is from the City Council to the Department of Housing and Community Development. And these are our comments on the draft guidelines. And this is not the amendments, this is the draft guidelines. So first of all, if you want to just read through this, nowhere in these draft guidelines for as of right multifamily districts is there a requirement or mechanism to address the current affordable workforce housing crisis as intended, as recognized by Mass DOT and MBTA in 2017, which is referenced below. It's likely that the newly created as of right multifamily housing units will be rented or worse sold as condos at prohibitively high market rates. The high cost of all housing has only gotten worse since 2017. There's a quote from the Mass DOT that basically says affordability, bringing TOD or transit itself into low-income communities or communities experiencing a lack of investment is generally beneficial, but upward pressure on property values can result in gentrification. The key is to mitigate its impacts and prevent it from turning into displacement. This double-edged impact is an issue not only for low-income neighborhoods, but in a housing market like Greater Boston's for working class neighborhoods, inner ring suburbs and gateway cities as well. Councilors, is there anyone that would like not to include this in our comments? And if you don't want to include this, you can send an individual letter in before March 31st and we'll take you off this. We're trying to get consensus from all of us as counselors.
Looks great to me, Val.
Anyone else like to comment or to ask that it be removed? Councilor Worthley?
Thank you, Madam President. As you know, I sent a draft of some ideas, and it feels like those were incorporated into this. I believe Councilor Gross had written something. I know you did as well. I think it does capture the spirit of, at least from my perspective, the public's input on this so far. And as me as one council, I'm happy to sign on. I hope that the rest of the councils do as well.
Okay, any other comments, councilors? Okay, seeing none.
Val?
Yeah, go ahead. I only see the top faces on my screen right now, so I
I
can't.
want to be a top face on your screen. I'm okay with the general paragraph here. I'm not comfortable with the parenthetical phrase "or worse sold as condos." I think you can lose worse and as condos and simply said or sold. I don't think there's there's always this vilification of condo. Condo is an ownership, not a kind of property. And I think, or worse, I don't know that selling units is necessarily worse. I just think that strike out those three words, worse as condos, and I'm comfortable with it.
Okay. Does anyone have an objection to deleting those two words? Speak up because I can't see you. Okay.
Oh, Jason, what I'm seeing is you're saying will be rented sold.
Or sold.
Or sold.
And just leave it at that.
Got it.
And I appreciate all the work you put into this, Tony. So
not a problem.
You're really annoyed with me by the end of this, but
no. This is helpful.
All right, I'll push back.
Thank you. And any other comments of anyone else? Okay, so we can move on to the next bullet. This was an ad that I added, and this was one of my recommendations when I went through the guidelines, the 11-page guidelines. Section 3A, multifamily zoning as of right in MBTA communities effective on January 14th. Section B states an MBTA community that fails to comply with this section shall not be eligible for funds from the Housing Choice Initiative, the Local Capital Projects Fund, and MassWorks Infrastructure Program established in Section 63 of Chapter 23A. My comment there was denying the City of Gloucester the required and in-demand infrastructure state grants to assist with affordable housing projects in the TOD area and throughout our city is unfair. Without a doubt, it penalizes the cities that historically have been producing deed-restricted affordable housing in a legal and a logical, collaborative and planned process. We ask that the Division of Housing, Community Development, Department of Housing Community Development work with our state legislators and reconsider the language in Section 3A, Section B of the state law. Anyone have a problem with that? Seeing none, the next is the draft guidelines document in the MBTA communities. FAQs state that when calculating the number of multifamily as of right housing units, all developed and developable parcels must be in compliance with local bylaws and ordinances. By not including or recognizing the numerous pre-existing multifamily units that have been created through the zoning appeals process, the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development is unfairly handicapping older cities like Gloucester. Anyone wish to move that from this? Seeing none, it is a well-documented fact that students who are raised in low and moderate income households have higher test scores and success in life when they're educated in a school with a diverse population and creating the high-density multifamily as of right district as per Section 3A. In these guidelines, the children of low and moderate income families who may choose to live in this district will be concentrated in one pre-K to grade 5 intra-city school district building without the diversity that is so essential to their educational development. This is unacceptable. Is there anyone that would like to remove this from the letter or have any questions?
Val?
Yep, go ahead. Councilor Gross.
I don't know if you can see. I have an issue with this because here's the thing. We just consolidated 2 elementary schools, East Gloucester and Veterans, into one school building in essentially Ward 2. And these kids are going to go to school with all the other kids from East Gloucester and all that. So I don't know how the MBTA communities changes where these kids are going to be going to school. So I don't think this is applicable.
Okay, Councilor Gross, do you want to?
Well, yeah, I mean, I do disagree because it's applicable throughout the state and they're completely ignoring this issue. And I think it's very applicable. And I think that we're doing a disservice by not mentioning it to them.
Fair. I mean, I understand that point of view, but this is our commentary about our community. So that's where I came up with my issue of it. I wasn't approaching it from a holistic point of view of the entire document of every community that's going to be involved in this, but I do understand that point. I just think it's a little strange for us to complain about this when we've effectively consolidated all these kids into our school at the veteran site.
Councilors, does anyone else have objection to this, or can we leave it as is? Speak up, anyone? Okay, see none. Councilor Grow, are you okay if we leave this, or would you prefer to leave it out? Because we'd like to get...
Again, I think Tony's point of view is that he's addressing the holistic thing about the MBTA communities. I'm looking at this specifically for our community because I think the function of the letter is to deal with our issues as the city, because we talk about streets and specific issues that deal with Gloucester. So it's fine. I just don't think it's relevant to our particular situation.
Well, if I may, Madam President, it's the reason that it's there is because these are comments about the transit-oriented development.
I understand.
And they're not going to come to Gloucester and say, oh, this is it does have a global point to it also. And coming from the educational side, I see that this being ignored always. And it really, it's, if you can't tell, it sort of bothers me.
I got that point. All right, I'm fine. Leave it.
Okay, thank you. The next bullet is Gloucester has 442 affordable senior housing units within a half mile of the commuter rail station. To not recognize these multifamily housing units in the multifamily as of right district calculation as stated in the guidelines is unjustly harming Gloucester for being proactive in caring for our seniors who are on limited incomes. Does anyone have a concern with that? Would anyone like to remove this? How do you feel about
I think it's a
this?
very important point. It's a very important point that's well stated, and it was a obvious concern given the number of senior housing that we have developed in this area. To have that discounted under these guidelines, it doesn't make sense at all.
Yes,
Anyone
thank you.
else?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I think we can move on. Thank you. And then the next bullet is using the 15 units per acre requirement within the district is neither practical nor feasible for Gloucester. Gloucester is 400 years old with streets and roads that are narrow, windy, and predate any form of transportation planning. Many of the parcels within the district surrounding the commuter rail station are small and non-conforming. Much of the area also contains public parks, cemeteries, and MBTA-owned land. That was a comment that Councilor Gross brought up. Any reason to delete this, or are we comfortable with this?
Once again, I did send these notes to you, so I feel a little bad about bringing these things up, Madam President, but my recollection of the presentation that Greg Kadam-Torre gave was that we're already actually in compliance with the 15 units per acre, that there's density within this zone that actually covers this. And I hesitate to say that it's not feasible if we are already actually that dense. And what was the other thing? Yeah, and then also the MBTA, I'm not advocating for the MBTA communities. I just want us to be accurate. The public parks and cemeteries, my understanding, wouldn't be considered in those districts anyway. So I guess I'm just not entirely comfortable with the factual nature of that. And I'm happy to be corrected. So.
Does anyone agree with Councilor Grow?
No.
I just, because I wrote it, what I understood, and I get, Jason, your point about the parcels. The comment that I heard Greg was responding to was that, with the 2-family by right in a 5,000 square foot lot, we were capable of it in a 5,000 square foot lot. But you have a gross area of 50 square acres. And I think that in the way I read the guidelines, the FAQs, and the other guidelines that they had, the longer ones, was it those are in there, but they don't get count. I mean, it was very gray on how,
I understand that.
And they also talked about how MBTA owned land was supposed to be utilized for this, and they've completely neglected it, when they came out with the guidelines. So in their previous stuff. So I have no problem, other than the fact that, we can get rid of the parcels. I got no problem with losing that. I'd leave in the place about the public, because you're right, it does get, but then you have to expand out. And then you get outside of your area. So
I mean, the 50 acres is an arbitrary number. It can be any size, but 50 acres is the minimum. So right. we could expand our, assuming, again, this is projecting that this is going forward, but you can expand that district to accommodate that number and make that number. So it's not, I mean, it's already above 15 units per acre. So it's not that it's not practical nor feasible. It's already in existence.
Well, I don't think that that's true. That's not what I heard.
Well, maybe we should have somebody weigh in on that and
you listen more. But I have no problem. Yeah. I mean, I have no problem getting rid of that. But I think they did discuss the And then you get outside of your zoning has to be then redone completely once you expand your area. So that's-
Council O'Neill, I saw your hand raised. Do you have something to add?
Yes, I'm with Tony and Val, you both wrote this together. I would like to keep the words in there. It's better to keep them in there and not need it than need it and not have it. And one of my concerns is that Burnham's Field is within a half mile of the train station. And I would hate for that not to be counted, or I would hate for that to be built upon because we didn't word this properly.
Well, nobody's going to build on Burnham's Field.
And this is comment to them. This holds no great sway, but I have no problem removing the parcels, leaving, because when you do make statements that are not necessarily, and Jason said it needs to be fact checked, I have no problem moving it.
Okay.
Because you don't want to lose credibility either. And leaving the other area about the public parks, cemeteries, and MBTA land just puts a question mark to it. Leaving that in does no harm. So
Okay. So
get rid of the
you
parcels piece.
say
and-
that you like that you're comfortable editing the sentence that says many of the parcels within the district, that particular sentence.
I think that should, yeah. Jason
Okay.
brings up a good point. You
Okay.
don't want to lose credibility over a sentence,
But at the same point, I think it's worth making the point that's made in this paragraph, and even though it may be not factually, upon examination, it may not hold up. I think it's a point that's still well worth making.
Can we have Greg address that factual point? And
No, I think I don't know if we should really get Greg involved with this right now. I hear you. Let's in fairness to Jason, who is being flexible with us on the last one, why don't we just delete that one sentence? Is there consensus that that's okay?
Yeah, it's not a real powerful sentence, so.
Okay, all right, so we're going to delete many of the parcels within the district surrounding the commuter rail are small and non-conforming. Okay, thank you. The next bullet, the guidelines are using the 2020 US Census total number of households in Gloucester at 15,133. This is both disingenuous and unfair. The 2020 US Census number of occupied households of 13,299 is the more accurate number that should be applied when calculating the total number of multifamily as of right units Gloucester needs to have at 15%. Adding in the 1,834 unoccupied housing units without confirming that they indeed do have a functioning kitchen and bath as required is patently unjust and needs to be addressed. While the guidelines are silent on the issue, would it be acceptable for the commuter rail community to count in the 15% calculation any multifamily units that were added through an amnesty offer to landlords of unpermitted housing units? Any concerns about that?
Sorry, Tony.
Go ahead.
Yes, Madam President. Okay, I'm all good down to Gloucester needs to have it 15%. What I'm puzzled by, first off, is the 1,834 unoccupied housing units. I don't know. I mean, what is that number? Right, I understand. But is that unoccupied housing units meaning that they're summer homes? Are they there? I mean, I don't think we have 1,834 unoccupied housing units without kitchen and baths. And then the other thing says, while the guidelines are silent on the issue, would it be acceptable for the commuter rail to count 15% calculation, blah, blah, blah. We had that brief affair with the amnesty offered. My understanding of that is that there were absolutely zero units that were resultant from the amnesty program, and it was basically killed. If it even made
Again, not local, Jason. I wasn't thinking local.
But that
it's comments.
I understand that, but we're mixing and matching global and local, and this is not accurate to. I know, but that's fine. But if you're specifically talking about 1,834 occupied housing units in Gloucester, and then the amnesty offer, those are very specific to Gloucester, and I don't think that they're accurate to the point that you're trying to make.
Any other comments one way or the other?
Well, I just want to say, what if I took out all the numbers and said, are you adding in all the unoccupied units? Are you gonna, you're gonna confirm that they actually have a functioning kitchen and bath? I mean, would that make a difference? It's, this is comments to a regulatory agency.
I understand that, but again, we're the Gloucester City Council responding to our specific issues, and you're making it very specific to Gloucester. So if we're going to make it specific to Gloucester on this point, then I think the numbers and the reality of the statements have to have some validity. And we don't have an amnesty program that resulted in any housing units. And the 1,834 unoccupied housing units could be, half of them can be on Eastern Point and summer homes. I mean, it's not, I get what you're trying to say, but I would end it at 15% and leave it.
Tony, I would feel comfortable eliminating after 15%, just for the purpose of compromise and making sure that we're all feeling comfortable.
Then you do not, if you ended at 15%, you lose the entire argument.
Well, no, because
they've
numbers
added
that
in
they're
the
citing
1,800.
us for, but they're citing us for a census number that's higher than we are. So I think that point in itself is meaningful. You brought that up the last time we were
But
discussing
the
this.
census number is that they're using, 15,133, is what the US Census says we have for households.
Yeah.
Okay.
Occupied households.
Yes. So then you go to the occupied households, you have to say what isn't occupied.
Right.
Okay. So, so counselors, should we just eliminate this because it's too controversial right now and it's subject to
That's 200 units. It doesn't hurt. Why does it hurt to have it there?
Again, you're getting into the territory where things aren't adding up in terms of, I mean, if we had 1,834 unoccupied units that were also without functioning kitchens and bath, I think that'd be an issue. We would know that and we'd be dealing with it. That our number, because we're a coastal community that has a lot of summer residents, I'm thinking that a lot of those residents are summer residents and not they're unoccupied because they're literally just nobody there. I don't know. It just it doesn't read right to me. And I told you you would be annoyed with me, and I apologize for that. But
you're doing their job for them. That's all.
Well, I'm trying to do the job that I'm supposed to be doing, which is to make sure that what I'm putting my name to reflects what I believe it to be. And I'm not there at this point. So that's where I'm at.
Hey, I mean, if that's the will of the council, then get rid of it. But
Councilor
I think
Woodley,
it's
why don't you weigh in?
200 units that we
Thank you,
need.
Madam President. I think it's really challenging to edit with 9 voices at the same time, even in a private setting, never mind a public setting. And it's a challenge, and we have to do this. And Councilor Grow makes some good points, full respect, but he could also opt not to sign it if he didn't want to. Not to say he disagrees with everything, but to go through this process in a deliberative way, it would have been better if we could have gathered input and put it all together at once, so we're not doing this at this point. I fully respect his right to object to different things. He could just vote no and have it be potentially an 8-1 or whatever, however it comes out.
That's not, I mean, Jason has every right to put forward his, and I'm just pushing back on why I put that in there. So
Fair. Totally fair.
that's it. And nothing here is, if someone feels strongly that it should go, then it can go. I'm just telling you why I put it in there and what the consequence is. That's all. It's not going to make this is going to do, they're going with the 15,133. I mean, let's get real here. This is just more of a poke in the eye than it is anything else. That's all.
So in the spirit of fair compromise, I'd suggest that we strike this paragraph.
Fine.
And every individual member on this council has the opportunity to write a letter on behalf of themselves, as long as they say that they're not representing the full council. We're trying to, in a short amount of time, get consensus with the city council. So without objection, I'd like to just strike that paragraph and allow counselors who want to bring that forward to do so as an individual member, and just make sure you state that you're not representing.
I'm certainly willing to strike that paragraph, but I do think that Councillor Gross is making a very good point, and we're held accountable for the extra 1,800 units, which translates from their point of view into 200 more units in this district. But these are seasonally occupied. You know, the distinction about the total number of occupied homes in the city is relevant based for a number of funding schedules and, you know, demographics. And the fact that we have a summer community here, we should not be penalized for.
May I speak, Madam Chair? I think it's important to have the 1834 in there, just so that they know why we're saying 13,299 versus their 15,133. I'm not quite sure how to say that. You know, just telling the state should know why there's a difference, and we should spell it out for them clearly, as opposed to, I'm okay with adding the 1834 unoccupied housing units, et cetera. If we just took out the last sentence, while the guidelines are silent on the issue, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, just take out the last one and switch up the sentence with the 1834 unoccupied housing units, period, maybe.
Or seasonally occupied.
I mean, or to Jason's point, just stop it at the 15%. Back to that point, Jason, back to where you started.
Yeah, I don't think we should get rid of the whole paragraph.
No, just knock it at the 15% because they can do the math.
Yeah.
Right.
Seconded.
So I think that's a good
Full
compromise.
circle.
Because everyone's paying taxes too. So I think that's a good compromise. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we're getting through this. In the guidelines, Gloucester is by definition a commuter rail community. Gloucester may currently be underserved by 12 trains per weekday and 9 trains per weekend and holidays. This MBTA schedule is not guaranteed for the future. Over time, Gloucester has seen its rail service decrease with the current funding trends. There is every reason to believe it will be decreased further in the future without an absolute commitment to increased high-quality MBTA rail service to Gloucester. This rail community will never be sustainable. One major flaw in the logic that concentrating housing around commuter rail stations will provide public transportation for blue-collar and service workers who will live there, in that, in reality, these jobs are not located within reach of the stations currently on the rail lines. This is evidenced by the fact that the vast majority of the MBTA riders from Gloucester come from the outlying neighborhoods that are commuting to high-paying jobs around North Station, and not the residents from the densely populated areas surrounding the train station. Are there any objections to that?
Val?
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to let Tony know that I'm perfectly comfortable with that entire paragraph.
And I
think it makes an excellent point.
And actually, Jason was responsible for planting some of the seeds on that paragraph. So.
Oh, that's not why I thought it was great, but that's, thank you.
We have spent 7 years on this bridge, so we have to give it some credibility.
I did get much of, I got guidance from the Mass Municipal Association's attorney before I did write these. So, you know, he did suggest certain areas to plug in here.
Yeah, I think that's a great paragraph.
Okay, thank you. So we're
Now,
almost
number
through,
9.
everybody. So let's scroll up if you wouldn't mind, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Okay, this one actually was partially comments made by Councilor Worthley, by Councilor Gross, and Councilor O'Neill, and then I added to it. So the guidelines speak of reasonably sized multifamily districts without reasonably consider the full and true impacts on the community. The permanent alteration of the neighborhoods within a half mile of the train station will have adverse impacts on the residents' quality of life. These effects include greater congestion of the narrow streets that will impede rapid response time for fire and safety vehicles, exacerbation, exacerbation, thank you, Jason, of the already limited parking for residents and elimination of current open space. Without open space, outdoor activities for children are limited by stating as long as the zoning does not require multifamily uses to include units with age restriction, does not place any limits or restrictions on the number of occupants. Your guidelines promote unhealthy high occupancy rates. That was Councilor Gross's comments, and I added to that some comments about occupancy, and that was further allowing unrestricted numbers of occupants in a unit as stated in section 7 of your draft guidelines is in direct conflict with 150 CMR Department of Public Health, section 410, 400, minimum square footage subsections A, B, and C. For example, subsection C states that in a rooming unit, every room occupied for sleeping purposes by one occupant shall contain at least 80 square feet of floor space. Every room occupied for sleeping purposes by more than one occupant shall contain at least 60 square feet of floor space for each occupant. In addition, our city has septic codes that restrict the number of bedrooms. So the dark highlight was my addition to this comment. Any comments about this?
Yep.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Getting at only a couple of things that I had a little trouble with, and that these effects include greater congestion of the narrow streets that will impede rapid response times for fire and safety vehicles, and elimination of current open space. Without open space, outdoor activities for children are limited. Both of those I understand. Well, actually, I'm not sure why I understand. There's no indication that open space is going to be in fact impacted by anything that has to do with this. I mean, we're not losing any parks. We're not losing any existing open space that I've been made aware of. And also I'm I think it's a little alarmist to say things that the fire and safety vehicles aren't going to be able to get down our streets. They get down our streets right now. And I don't think that they're going to, you're literally going to have any, I would want to have somebody actually say, yeah, we're not going to be able to get down the street. But I just don't think that it's one of those arguments that I just feel has a bit of a knee-jerk feeling to it. And I just don't feel comfortable with it because I don't think it's true.
Any others want to comment? Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill.
Yep. On my street, I think everybody knows I live on Friend Street, and I'm the fourth house up on the left from Sunbank. So I'm on the hill on the corner, and they park on the opposite side of the street. They park on the odd numbered side of the street, I guess. When a car is coming down the hill towards Sunbank and a car is coming up the hill, one has to pull over. If it's a fire engine, if you're coming in the opposite direction, you got to back out and go all the way down the end of the street to get out of their way. So there is a problem that we have, and we're dealing with it, we're living with it, but I don't want to exacerbate it.
So is there anyone else that wants to speak other than me? I can't see none.
Amy.
Councilor O'Hara has his hand up.
Okay, Councilor O'Hara, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. I like the paragraph as it is. Green space is being attacked in Massachusetts, and we've lost green space in our city. So I'd like to leave that. As far as public safety, without question, I feel that more vehicles on the road, more congestion will slow down. It can't help but to slow down response times. I've seen it in Gloucester. You go to other cities. I've been in New York where literally an engine, the firefighters are hanging out the window. They've got their sirens blaring and cars aren't moving. So congestion definitely does have an impact on response times and public safety. So I think the paragraph is fine the way it is. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Go ahead, Council Memard.
I was just saying that I agree with what Councilor O'Hara just said, and I think it reflects the reality that we cope with, and it's important that it be included in our considerations. And I think it's a good point, well made.
Okay. Go ahead.
I mean, can you scroll back up so it's back in the screen, Joanne? I get Jason's point about the open space where I'm not necessarily talking about parks being overtaken, but possibly empty lots is what I was thinking in that. And if there isn't a whole lot of them, I mean, but we already do have, as Tracy has mentioned, and as I know, on my street, which is not heavily used but is a small street. And, here it's not parked cars, it's landscaper trailers and stuff that you can't, you have to back around. So it's, I have no problem losing the open space part of that at all. I see Jason's point where we are absolutely not talking about, this eliminating parks. But I think the traffic issue it's current.
Okay.
And I know that this is not a, it's all hypothetical basically is what their proposal is, but they're in the process of getting an awful lot of feedback that I think is going to change these things their guidelines dramatically. So, but if we want to get rid of the open space, I'd be all in favor of that.
So it sounds like the generator of this is willing to, in the spirit of collaboration and consensus here, we can strike an elimination of current open space. Without open space, outdoor activities for children are limited.
Yeah.
From a consensus standpoint, and any of you who wish to add that to your private letter, please feel free. Okay, is that fair? Because I really would like to get through this, and I think this is a very helpful conversation. Okay, and we're coming to the end. Joanne, if you could just, Madam Clerk, if you could just scroll up a little bit more. Great, thank you. So the final paragraph is the final sentence in the guidelines. The Department of Housing and Community Development may, in its discretion, take non-compliance into consideration when making other discretionary grant awards. Begs to ask the question, what authority does the DHCD have over other state grants that are not included in the Section 3A legislation? The transit-oriented developments are not the answer to the very difficult and complex affordable housing crisis that we have in Massachusetts. In fact, it does not address it at all. The TOD is too overly simplistic to have any effect on the current crisis. The smart growth model of placing more people into already densely populated neighborhoods has been proven to be immoral for centuries, and to keep promoting it is equally repugnant. Signed on behalf of the Gloucester City Council, is verified by the roll call vote of support at our 3/22 City Council meeting as amended. Signed by me on behalf of all of us. So anyone have a comment with that last paragraph? It's pretty opinionated. Speak now or forever hold your.
Val?
Yep.
I get, and I'm in agreement with the concept that the solution to affordable housing and to housing in general is not to just put everybody in a single zone. And I'm going to make that point tonight later on. I think immoral for centuries is maybe a little little strong for what we're talking about. But I mean, I appreciate what Tony's going here with this, and the idea being that it's okay to put people in one neighborhood, not another, because gosh, that's what we've been doing for a long time. Immoral for centuries. Not sure that smart growth has necessarily been an issue for centuries, but and equally repugnant. Again, pretty strong, but I'm not gonna let my vision of perfect be the enemy of pretty good. So I'll back off. I've made my issues known and my points made. So I'm gonna step back from that now. Thank you, Tony, for your hard work.
Any other comments?
You missed the real good stuff, Jason.
So,
But Abby was busy.
any other comments on this last paragraph before we move forward? So counselors, this tough decision, short amount of time, helpful and collaborative. So I appreciate the good dialogue. We've made a few adjustments and I think this is helpful. And I want the 135 people that are on this call and listening to understand that we've taken this to heart and that we want to send this in. And we didn't have to as a city council right now in terms of this step one. And we want to make our suggestions known. So having said that, I'd like to take a roll call vote so we can move on to the next item of business. So I move to that we support this letter to the Department of Housing and Community Development as amended, and I so move.
Second.
Second.
So I believe I've made the motion, and I think it was Councilor Gross who seconded it. Now, am I wrong?
Nolan.
Sorry, you all sound alike when I'm not looking at your and seeing you move your mouth. So thank you.
Well, that's because we don't
seconded
put
by
what we
Councilor-
say in bold print.
Okay, roll call vote. Councilor O'Hara,
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
Yes, and thank you.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Grow,
Yeah.
Councilor Majota,
Yes.
Councilor Memhard,
Yes, and Tony and Val, thank you very much for your effort on this.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes, thank you all for your effort.
So unanimous support. This is totally appreciated all and good dialogue, short amount of time. And we have a timeline right now and we will make sure that we get this off by tomorrow. So thank you so much. I'd like to make a recommendation right now that we take a 5-minute recess. Is there a second on my motion?
Second.
I'm going to say, tell me who just said the second because I wasn't looking at your mouth.
Scott.
Scott. So we need a quick roll call vote on this, believe it or not. O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes,
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Rose,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard,
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
Okay, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. We will get back in exactly 5 minutes, which will be 8:33. No, 8:23. I'm sorry. Okay. Be right back. Okay, counselors, can I see everyone's faces so I know that you're back from break so we can continue the meeting?
What are we missing?
Council O'Hare, are you back? Great, thank you. Okay, so next we are back at our March 22nd meeting. We've just taken a 5-minute recess. It is now 8:25, and I will ask Madam Clerk if you would state the next order of business.
Order of business is the first public hearing. Public hearing 2022-007 to amend Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 25, Vehicles for Hire, Division 4, Taxi Cab Fares, Sections 25-75, parentheses A, parentheses 1, and parentheses 1, parentheses 4, prescribed regarding taxi fares.
Okay, I'd like to open the public hearing and ask that the applicant introduce themselves and speak to us about what's on the table.
If the representatives of the taxi company are in the attendees, could they please raise their hand because I don't see their names here.
I see Diana and LJ. Elizabeth, if you could take your hand down at this point, that would be great until we get to the public hearing on, unless you want to speak about the taxis. Okay, so we have LJ and Diana on the call.
I believe.
Hello, say something. Say something. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Excuse me, Diana, are you the only one or is Jeff with you?
Jeff is here too. I'm here too. Yep.
Okay, all right. They're on one call. I don't know who LJ is, to be honest with you.
I'm JY.
Okay. So would you introduce yourself and your address and then tell us why you're supporting this this taxi cab fare recommendation?
Okay, my name's Diana Tumaverta. I'm the Vice President of Gloucester Taxi and Livery Service. And the reason for the rate hike is because of the gas and all the repairs. Everything has gone up right down to a quart of oil. I mean, it's really, everything's rising right now.
One other
Okay,
thing I
thank
like
you.
to add, they haven't been raised in like the last 10 years. It's been quite a while since we've had.
Could you introduce yourself too so we can hear you?
My name is Jeffrey Young. I'm the president of Gloucester Taxi Livery. I live in Gloucester. Yeah, the rates have been going up and they have not gone up for 10 years. We're just trying to get to where we should be to be able to stay in business.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that else that would like to speak in support of this? I see an LJ.
Hi, actually, this is Lisa Rigsby. I had raised my hand because I strongly suggested rephrasing the final paragraph of your comments in the previous discussion. So it's not relevant to this, but I strongly suggest it. It's racist.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. But we need to stick to this order of business. So anyone else like to speak in favor? Would anyone like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence?
There are no communications.
Okay, thank you. Counselors, do you have any questions? Seeing none, is there a committee report from our O&A Chair, Councilor Nolan?
Yes, there is. So on a motion by Council O'Hara, seconded by Council Majota, the Ordinances Administration Committee voted by roll call 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend the City Council amend Chapter 25, Vehicles for Hire, Division 4, Taxi Cab Fares, Section 25-75A1, prescribed, and Section 25-75A4, prescribed as follows. For the first flag drop, the rate is slashed $3.50, changed to $4.50, and for each additional 1/7 mile or fraction thereof, the rate slash 45 cents, changed to 50 cents. The weighted rate shall be slashed $18.75 to $30 per hour. Fares shall be based upon a combination of mileage and time. 4, fares for all persons 60 years of age or older. Disabled veterans and handicapped persons may be reduced or discounted up to /30% and changed to 10%. When reduced or discounted rates are offered, they must be offered to all persons regardless of the point of origin or destination of ride. Any company who offers such discounts shall display a sign conspicuously posted in each taxi vehicle informing all passengers of the discount. All such discounts shall be given upon reasonable proof of identification. And I so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Council Nolan and seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there a discussion, councilors? Council Nolan.
The taxi business has been very challenging in the past few years with other things such as Uber and as such. The cost of materials, maintenance on a vehicle, insurances, gas being more recent, but it's probably going to come down hopefully. But there's a cost of running business, and it's one of these businesses in the city of Gloucester that we actually regulate. And it's been some time since we've allowed them to make a little bit more money on it. I understand it's important to our citizens, but people need to keep food on the table as well for working for a living, and at this just time supplying a service that is well needed to our constituents in our city.
Thank you.
Any other councilors like to discuss this? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council O'Carroll,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memhard,
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Joanne has, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I just want to mention to Diana and Jeffrey that if you call the office tomorrow, I will tell you when this ordinance will go into effect. We have to wait 30 days, and on the 31st day, it will go into effect. So I'll give you the exact date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joanne.
You're welcome.
Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Bye.
Okay, next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is public hearing 2021-032, rezoning 2021-003 in accordance with Gloucester zoning ordinance, section 111.2, parentheses A, amend Gloucester zoning sections 2.3.1, residential uses, 3.2, dimensional table, 3.2.2, dimensional requirements for multifamily dwellings and their accessory uses, parentheses other than signs, and 3.1.6 parentheses B, building heights in excess of 35 feet.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we continue the public hearing and these amendments indefinitely.
We have a public hearing scheduled for night, Counselor. And it is our requirement to continue with this public hearing. And then if we decide at the end of the public hearing that you wish to make an amendment, you may do so. So
Madam Chair, it's my understanding that if we were to continue these, then we would open the public hearing at that point.
so we have a scheduled public hearing.
Mhm.
It's been duly noticed. It was noticed in December and we have continued it all along. So now it's the end of March. And the public hearing is here. We have 126 people on the call. You know, if we decide that we want to continue the public hearing at the end of this, we can do that, or we can make some decisions in terms of what we want to do. We can, and right now, my recommendation as council president is that we move forward with listening to the people and then making a decision after that. So,
Madam Chair, are you saying that my
Point of
motion
order.
is not in order, or are you saying
ahead,
that?
Point of
Councilor
order.
Grow. Yep.
My understanding is we can't indefinitely postpone a public hearing. That we have to have a date certain for these public hearings to be postponed to. And I feel like that's just an overly broad request by Councilor Worthley, that we have we have noticed, we have alerted the public. I think we do a disservice to them and to the process by enacting something that's actually, it's not something I think that we are allowed to do.
So, Madam Chair, are we discussing the motion on the table, or are you saying that there is no motion on the table?
I made a point of order that we can't accept that motion because it's not a valid motion.
So I'll let Madam Clerk, would you weigh in? Because you and I reviewed this today and I was comfortable with the Roberts rule. So why don't you explain that to the committee?
So in regard to zoning amendments, you cannot continue indefinitely. You can postpone and continue to a date certain. Okay, so there are three actions that you can take tonight. You can continue with the public hearing, and you can continue after testimony. You can postpone the vote. You can just continue the public hearing, or you can go with the amendments, either vote them up or vote them down.
Madam Chair, may I ask our clerk a question regarding that?
Without objection, go ahead, Council Worthley.
Thank you, Joanne. When you say that we can vote to continue, and then Madam President said we need, or I think Councilor Gross said a date certain, what are those options for dates?
You can continue it for 2 weeks. You can continue it to a next regularly scheduled meeting. So you would continue it for 2 weeks. You can continue it out for 4 weeks. You can continue it out as long as it's a regularly scheduled meeting, but you have to vote to continue it out to a date certain. You can't do it indefinitely.
Is there a limit to how long that time frame can be?
I don't believe so in regard to zoning amendments.
So do we have a motion on the table?
Not a valid one.
You put indefinitely, and you can't do indefinitely for zoning amendments.
So I have a point of order here. From what I have discussed with with our city clerk and with our legal department, is that we need to move forward with the public hearing. This is a zoning matter. And if at the end of the public hearing, we have choices we can make. We can close the public hearing and someone could declare a 211C, and that would change, postpone the vote for 2 weeks. And if a counselor then at the end of that 2 weeks wanted to again postpone it again, they could do that per the 211C within 5 days. So that's one option. The other option is that someone can move to vote to continue this to a date certain, and we'd have to agree on what that date certain was. And that would have to be voted up or down in terms of a majority vote. And then the other two options are that we vote each motion in favor or opposed, depending on we voted up or voted down. Madam Clerk, did I leave anything out of that explanation?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. So Councilor Gross on this this amendment.
Well, we're just strictly talking about the public hearing can't get postponed indefinitely, correct? On zoning amendments, you can postpone indefinitely, is that correct?
That's not my understanding. The public hearing on zoning amendments,
Right, public hearing.
yeah, cannot be postponed indefinitely.
Exactly, but the amendments themselves.
My understanding, Council Gross, is that we have to make a decision. We can either do one of three things. We can vote them up, we can vote them down, or we can vote on continuing or continuing to a date certain.
Madam
and
President? Madam
Go
President?
ahead, Council Grow.
My understanding right now is that we do not have a valid motion on the table. So unless someone wants to make a valid motion, let them put that forward. Otherwise, I think we need to get on with the public hearing.
Go forward, right.
What if we were to make a motion that says continue until a date certain? Can we do that?
No point.
I've already
No reason.
made a commitment that we have an obligation to have the public hearing because people have been waiting for this, some for about 3.5 months. And that was the advice that we got from both the city clerk and from our attorney. So having said that, I'd like to open the public hearing. And before we do so, I would just like to state a couple of things. As we said back on March 22nd, we are going to be covering the amendments that are in front of us right now. And we are going to hear from both the proponents, the applicant, which is our planning director and interim community development director, Greg Catamatore, who will speak in favor. And then there have been 3 people that have asked to represent the opposition. And that will include, if I'm not mistaken, Patty Amaral and Lisa Rigsby and Sylvie, is it Lakarova? Is that correct? Yes?
Sylvie Corey.
Oh, Sylvie Corey. Thank you. I'm sorry, Counselor. So Sylvie Corey, and then we will hear from whomever raises their hands in no particular order and support or opposition for up to 3 minutes each. But before that, we'll have an opportunity for both sides to rebut for 3 minutes each, both sides, the applicant as well as the opposition, the presenters. So let's open up the public hearing, and I ask, go ahead. Was someone,
It was Council Nolan. Who's keeping time?
Oh, I think it is Joanne is going to keep time. So thank you, Councilor Nolan. She has offered to do that. So it's 15 minutes per presentation, and then 3 minutes for each rebuttal, and then we get into whomever raises their hand. So to open up the public hearing, and we'll ask our planning director and interim community development director, Greg Catamatore, to talk to us about the amendments that are in front of us. Hi, Greg. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, councilors. I believe Mayor Verga wanted to say a few words before I began the presentation, if that's
Sorry.
okay.
Yes, I was calling you Mayor Verga. Thank you. Go ahead. You're muted. Mayor Verga, you are muted. Oh,
I'm new with technology. I'm trying to get used to this. Sorry. I just want to thank everybody for the amount of time that's gone into the zoning amendments, especially Greg. He's put a lot of time in, and the planning board, of course. It's been a long process that's involved a lot of city council members. Some of you are still here. The housing crisis was identified in Plan 2000. In the 2017 housing production plan, it was identified, re-identified, and some strategies were put forward. And some of those strategies are before you tonight. And every one of us on the campaign trail talked about the housing crisis we have in the city. I think rightly so, the council made the decision to separate the 9 amendments out because of the unfortunate timing of the MBTA plan, which you, the council just basically spoke on. And I too have concerns about it. You separated out the 6 that sort of fit into what the MBTA is looking for. And so what you have before you now are 3 amendments that you've broken down, P&D has broken down into 6 motions. And I ask you to give these consideration and to consider that if these had been coming through, trickling through over the course of the last several months as standalone amendments, we'd look at them as issues of equity and housing opportunity, as opposed to the controversy that came out of it because of, again, the unfortunate timing. So really look at these as standalone and keep in mind that it is about equity and providing housing opportunity. So with that, I'll hand it over to Greg Catamatore to lead us through his presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome, Greg Catamatore. Thank you for being
Sure.
so patient, and we appreciate
Thank you,
it.
City Councilors. Greg Catamatore, Planning Director, Interim Community Development Director. If I could share my screen, I will be very brief. You've seen permutations of this presentation probably at a minimum of maybe 8 times between presentations to the P&D committee as well as your ward meetings. So I will dispense from the technical language that you've included in your motions and really just try to speak to them in terms of exactly what they're trying to affect. So if I can share my screen, I have a brief presentation and I will try to keep it to 15 minutes. And everybody can see that okay?
Thank you.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Greg.
So I'm going to again, probably just a couple more words to how the mayor introduced this as well, just in terms of timeline. I just want to be very clear and reiterate that you spent a good amount of time on your agenda speaking about something that's very new. A lot of this activity, the genesis is actually, from several years back. And then I will walk through the 6 amendments as you've broken them out from the P&D recommendation and just try to demonstrate a little bit more clearly what those actually will impact in terms of how we permit housing and how development can occur on lots. So from an outline again, a lot of this work really began in 2017 with the work on the housing production plan. We then went for some technical assistance in 2018 with a grant program that assigned us a consultant to support examining our zoning ordinance and looking at potential barriers to housing. Again, like the plan says, it's about production. It's about producing new housing to meet the community's need. Working with that consultant, we also assembled a working group that included membership from the City Council, Planning Board, the Zoning Board, Affordable Housing Trust, and other folks that were interested in housing issues and needs. And then finally, that shifted to the work of the Planning Board, and it's a subcommittee of the Planning Board to develop specific recommendations, some of which were passed last year, including amendments to our inclusionary housing ordinance, and also the development of the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. Again, part of their continued work resulted in 9 amendments relating to how we permit 1, 2, and 3 family. in the late fall of 21. Those were forwarded to the council. The last city council continued those matters into this year. And then again, you've had your P&D review over 3 sessions, as well as your ward meetings earlier this year. And again, I think a very good, kind of decision to divide some of those amendments out, those that specifically relate to multifamily by right, and particularly in the R5 district. So I hope when you get to the point of accepting public comment, they will be focused on what I'm going to speak about next. I will not be discussing residential height. I will not be discussing 3-family as of right. Anything in the R5 district, nothing to do with multifamily, with the exception of the change of the permit granting authority in one particular district for 3-family. This is not about downtown. It's not about MBTA community, and it's not about TOD. So we can have a very focused discussion on a number of the amendments, again, that we're talking about ways in producing additional housing that would meet community needs that were identified in 2017 in other areas of the community other than the downtown. So these are the amendments that were moved out of P&D. One looking at the treatment of 2-family dwellings and their allowance, either by right or by special permit. 2-family allowance specifically in the RC40 district, which is not allowed currently, and allowing that by special permit of the zoning board. 3-family allowance in the R30 district by special permit. It's currently permitted by the city council, and that would be shifting the special permit granting authority down to the zoning board of appeals. And then reduction in lot area per dwelling unit for 2 families, and that has an impact of enabling the consideration of 2-family on more lots, particularly in the R80, R40, RC40, and R30 districts. Creating kind of a congruency or an equality of lot frontage and lot width, and I'll show an example of exactly what a difference between those 2 lot dimensions has on the creation of lots and also the siting of homes. And then finally, really, again, if you support everything that precedes it, there's a footnote change to one of the dimensional tables for consistency and to clarify what dimensions apply to 3-family developments. So again, the first motion was dealing with the removal of the special permit requirement for 2-family conversions with exterior modification, thereby treating new 2-family construction and conversions the same from a permitting perspective. Currently, we divide up the way we treat 2-family, arriving at a 2-family into 3 different line items in the use table. And I think what might be compelling to folks is to see examples of those 3 types of 2-family actually in the real world and in Gloucester, how they've come to be. So this first image is of a new 2-family development that was on a virgin lot. That is, it looks more like two units side by side. That qualifies as a 2-family unit. It has separate utilities. They can be rented separately. They can be owned separately. And we do see a fair amount of new construction of 2-family throughout the community. This is an example where I know specifically of a case where there was a home where someone did not want to pursue the modification of a structure that again would require a special permit, where they instead tore down and were able to build this structure with, again, just a building permit as of right. Here's an example of, you can be driving down the street and take a look at the front of this house and maybe not know, but it is in fact a 2-family. It did have to go through a special permit process because they did alter the exterior. And again, just to clarify, the 2 prior examples just required a building permit. But when someone went to modify and create an additional housing unit within their existing 1-family home, it required a special permit. And here's another example. Again, looks more like a farmhouse colonial. Again, that's a 2-unit structure that also required a special permit. So fairly, I think, compelling examples of what's required and what's not. And again, this first proposal is to provide some consistency in the permitting process for 2-family and treating both a conversion as well as a new construction the same. So I don't know if I will just go through and then you can ask questions at the end just for the purposes of trying to keep to the 15 minutes. Again, this one very straightforward. Most of the if not all the residential districts allow 2-family, again, with dimensional requirements, either by right or by special permit currently with the conversion. The RC40 is the one district that does not allow for 2-family. And one of the recommendations was to allow it by special permit. And I just show this, the zoning map, which identifies where the RC district is, and it's in this teal color. And again, with all these proposals, all other dimensional requirements are required, and all other jurisdictions still apply. So I know there was a lot of things raised about development on lots and how this would promote development, clearly promote production. But again, any construction has to comply with all other jurisdictions and other requirements. The third motion was the allowance of 3-family in the R30 district. That's this kind of peach colored area, mostly in Southwest Gloucester. And again, currently, this is if a 3-family is pursued on one of these lots, it requires a city council special permit. The zoning board for a long while now, several, maybe 5+ years, has been the granting authority for 3-family elsewhere in the community. And the recommendation was to ratchet down that special permit granting authority from the city council to the zoning board of appeals. And again, all other dimensional requirements and other jurisdictions would still apply. The reduction in lot area per dwelling unit for 2 families in the R80, R40, RC40, and R30. This is kind of a summary table of dimensions. First column is zoning district. Those are our residential districts. The existing lot area per dwelling unit. Again, you can see that in the in the larger lot districts, each unit requires the same amount of area as a lot does in the district, which causes a requirement for doubling the lot area. So if you were to pursue a 2-family in the R80 district, you'd actually have to have almost 4 acres of land rather than 2. And that kind of follows through the districts. The proposal here is to treat these larger lot districts similar to the R5 and R10 and R20, where each dwelling unit only requires half the amount of area that a lot that complies for the district otherwise requires. So the result would be that, like in the R5, R10, and R20 districts, if a lot complies for the district overall, you could pursue either a single family or a 2-family on that lot. I don't have a lot of good examples of 2-family in those larger lot districts, again, because if you have a lot that complies with the district, you don't have enough area to pursue a 2-family. So either we're going to allow it in a district, or we have to adjust the dimensional requirements. And again, so that's just highlighting that last column, that again, if a lot meets the minimum requirements for the creation of a lot in a district, it could one could pursue both a single and a 2-family, with all other dimensional requirements still applying and all other jurisdictions still applying. The equality of lot frontage and lot width in residential districts, you can see that other than the R5 district, the lot width requirement is greater than the frontage, which causes the creation of new lots to have kind of a vase shape, or very often folks potentially having to go to the zoning board of appeals for a variance if they have an existing lot that doesn't comply with that dimensional requirement. Again, to bring those two lengths, kind of make them equal, you could basically have straight lines extending from a roadway to the back of a lot without having to have a jog or a widening in it. Again, there is an important requirement for still having to meet setback, but again, lots still may vary in width, but they would not have to increase to almost 50% greater. One of the things that I raised in one of the prior meetings that this accomplishes from a sensitivity perspective for ledge removal as well as to wetlands. Many of our roads slope down or slope up, and this lot width requirement always requires you to go further, deeper into the lot to meet that width requirement. So it may actually allow for the siting of homes at greater setback from either having to impinge on ledge removal or potentially further from resource areas. And again, a specific example, this is a 3-lot, or it actually was a 4-lot division. You can see there's kind of a difference between the distance of the homes from the street frontage because they had to comply with lot width requirements. So this blue line is approximately 100 feet. This is in a district that requires 100 and 150 feet at lot width. And you can see this structure back here labeled as dwelling 19 and this one over here are pushed much closer to this wetland area in the back. If they were able to only utilize that 100-foot dimension, those structures could have been sited closer to the roadway, still having to meet those minimum setback requirements for front yard, side yard, and rear yard. And finally, I think I'm doing pretty good on time, is a footnote to to the dimensional table for 1, 2, and 3 family. I think I had mentioned that the shifting of the allowance of 3 family to follow the dimensional requirements for 1 and 2 family was initiated by Councilor Stewart several years back. And so that moved the permitting of 3 family to the Zoning Board of Appeals, as well as placed their consideration of dimensions into the 1 and 2 family. But the footnote to the table was never quite rectified. So this is really more of a cleanup to make it clear that 3 families do follow the dimensional requirements in section 3.2.2, and that for anything of 4 or more looks to a separate, I'm sorry, 3.2.1, and anything of 4 or more units in a multifamily, there's a separate table of dimensional requirements that it must comply with. So really just to make sure that there's an understanding that the table that you're viewing, which is tabled 1, 2, and 3 family, that's for anything multifamily of 4 or more, you're sent to a different table. So it's more of a cleanup item. So that was really fast. I don't know if I hit 15 minutes or less, but that's what I had for a presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Greg. Appreciate it. So before we open this up for questions, I'd like to hear from the opposition, and we've been giving them 15 minutes to present. There are 3 folks, Patty Amaral, Sylvie Corey, and Lisa Rigsby. So may we see who is going to speak first in opposition? Okay, I think Lisa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Lisa, would you introduce yourself and your address, and you have 5 minutes to talk to us. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you want me to state my name? I'm Lisa Rigsby.
Yep.
I'm a Ward 2 resident, homeowner. I've lived here for 20 years, a couple of years in Rockport, and I'm a homeowner and now a new Ward 1. I align a border Ward 1, and I'm part of the R5 district. Here we are, rather you are, less than 90 days since presented with these proposed zoning changes that have taken planning and development years to formulate. As I understand it, the approved planning board motions were introduced to the city council late last fall, and a decision was made to hold off until the new city council was seated in January. I have been involved in the public process for as long as you, councilors, have been assembled. It's a tremendous amount of work to get to this point, and I respect your time and dedication. I'm here tonight to ask you to continue or vote down these motions. In the special theory of relativity, Einstein determined that time is relative. The rate at which time passes depends on your frame of reference. Example, Planning and Development Board and Committee have been working on these zoning motions for years. Their frame of reference for the rate of time passing could be the equivalent of building a brand new house. I can't use a general metaphor for our city council, but strong statements and reassurance that we will take our time with this, we will not rush this, could be the equivalent to a speed read of War and Peace or Finnegan's Wake. For me, a regular citizen, I perceive the rate of time passing in this public process as a strike of a match and its brief, fiery light. For many citizens busy with work, families, COVID, and issues more immediately relevant to them, these proposed motions are very new. They're just looking at a match. I and other citizens have heard, spoken, or read, that I have heard or spoken or read, largely articulate an understanding of the planning and development timeframe and understand that there has been a public process along it. Between what has been said, such as these motions are not set in stone or not necessarily a take-all, no set deadline, the public process, and the fact that the city council is prepared to vote on most of these motions tonight is where our mutual frames of reference are traveling at very different speeds. There is discord. The discord, as I perceive it, is rooted in the process of citizen participation. The perceived rate of speed between January and now, dialogue and commentary in the ward and P&D committee meetings. Citizen participation in the public process is a cornerstone of our democracy. Public participation implies that the public's contribution will influence the decision, but the process has been disappointing, disrespectful, and discouraging. By the repeated use of discrediting language, i.e. conspiracy, which groups and labels a diverse representation of our citizens, it disrespects the public at large who have participated in these meetings, written letters, asked important questions, offered supportive information to counselors. I've heard repeated criticism of public participants for jumping on the train at the last minute. Whether we began this journey at North Station or hopped on at Pride's Crossing, we are present now. The public has been discredited by the refusal of P&D representatives at these meetings along the public journey to acknowledge any affiliation between the development of the proposed zoning amendments and the TOD. They are not mutually exclusive. This is evidenced by the MPC.
Lisa, Joanne has just raised her hand to let you know that your 5 minutes is up.
Wow, I'm a slow reader.
Can you wrap up, please? Thank you.
Before taking a vote on zoning ordinance changes tonight, please do not rush. All of this and our new administration, council, committee appointees, in conjunction with encouraging citizen participation, those you represented who voted for you, please continue or vote down these amendments. A master plan should be created, and this is a starting point for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I see Patty Amaral is on deck. So Patty, would you just introduce yourself and your address, and you have up to 5 minutes to talk to us in opposition of these amendments. Would you unmute yourself, Patty?
Hello?
We can hear you, Patty. Would you?
Yeah, you didn't have the mic square thing, so, okay.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Patty Amaral. I live at 14 Myrtle Square. I am opposed to the changes that will relax our current zoning laws. My husband recently took an aerial photo of our 2-acre neighborhood block and counted 21 buildings, noting that only 8 were single-family units. A concerned resident did a mock build-out on my example neighborhood based on the proposed relaxed zoning law changes. In this example, our tiny neighborhood could grow to 63 units, equating to 252 people and 126 cars. This is an example of just one of our R5 neighborhoods. There are many other neighborhoods just like this. When I think about the impact of these proposed changes, the by right clause especially concerns me. My next door neighbor could add 2 additional units, 35 feet high, and we would be unaware of these plans. My neighbor would not have to inform us about their intentions. It would be their right, and without any notice, it would be a done deal. This could potentially overshadow our property completely, limiting the amount of sunshine we receive. This would be detrimental to our quality of life that we have enjoyed here for 23 years. We would be left without any opportunity to have input or for stopping this from moving forward. When we moved in, we had 1-family homes on either side of us and several more than today on our street. Today, we have a townhouse condo conversion on one side and a single family with detached cottage that has been modified to 3 separate condo units. Our street is a narrow one, and many times emergency vehicles cannot make it through. Many properties have more than 1 apartment and more than 2 cars per unit. Landlords can state in their lease agreements 1 car per unit, but the reality is it is never enforced, and this compounds the parking situation in the neighborhood. Snow emergency can be another challenge, as many residents from other neighborhoods try to find parking here wherever they can. In our neighborhood, we have limited open space. On Myrtle Square, we are fortunate to have our Emerald Forest, an inner city wetland that I personally have been a voice and advocate for. I have also been cleaning this area for over 20 years. Burnham's Field is the other inner city open space. This park and recreation area has its own challenges as well. Lack of funding and maintenance has left it always needing repair, and someone has to be its voice and to advocate for it. It seems that these 9 proposed zoning changes, the most impactful is to our R5 neighborhoods and in our downtown area.
Patty, I need to just let you know that there is a point of order because you're not discussing the 6 amendments that are in front of us, and we're not, none of the amendments we're talking about right now is R5.
Okay, I'll take the R5 densely, small, dense, single densely downtown area. These changes impact the quality of life for some, but not for all in our city. As we look ahead with the transit-oriented development coming down the train tracks, along with the tourism destination market and overlay district on top of that, will we be able to stop this train wreck before it's too late? Please do not vote for any changes to our current zoning laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. And then we have Sylvie Corey. Sylvie.
I don't see a Sylvie Corey. I saw a Sylvie, whoops.
Lockerova.
Yeah, Lockerova.
I think that's her.
Right, that's what I said before, but.
Hi, can you
go
hear
ahead.
me?
Welcome, Sylvie, and would you give us your name again?
Yeah,
and,
so
your
this is Sylvie Corey. Hi, sorry for the confusion. My
Yes.
name is Sylvie Corey, and I live on 28 Pine Street in Gloucester.
Thank you.
And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm opposed to the proposal on the housing development in Gloucester, Mainly, I advocate for postponing all the amendments. The Gloucester citizens were not adequately informed on the whole agenda. They don't know what is going on. There is a lot of confusion and fear of what is the city planning behind our backs. If you are proposing this major issue, make sure that the public is effectively informed. The public needs to be involved since this development will permanently change the face of the town. This process needs to be transparent, so it is not creating a controversy in the town. With the proposed amendments, I am very concerned about the growing density in downtown Gloucester, where I live. The main reason is safety, but also the permanent change of the character of the place. Speaking about safety, with the increasing population and density in this location, how is the city going to handle water, sewage, electricity, fire trucks, accessibility, roads, parking, and traffic? Seasonal issues need to be taken into consideration as well. Snowstorms in the winter and expanding population through the summer months. How long is it going to take to drive through downtown, and how do we resolve parking? These proposed amendments will put at risk the infrastructure of the downtown area. I am not against making certain improvements to the quality of the city, but this plan is being rushed.
It's all right. This one is just.
Excuse me, Patty, could you put yourself on mute?
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So we need to, yeah, okay, thank you. We need to have a proper study on the infrastructure. With the current global warming crisis, we should rather be moving out of the coastal areas and not adding more people. This is not only irresponsible, but highly concerning of our leadership. What are you going to do if we need to evacuate? This emergency housing cannot be placed in Gloucester. Gloucester should do the opposite, focus on how we can survive on a small island, which may not last long. I suggest that you provide the public with clear planning. I personally want to see the exact plan from you, the maximum number of units and citizens the city is aiming for. I want to see the math, the numbers, and the plan how this increased population will fit into the current infrastructure. In my opinion, the infrastructure with the grid of resources will have to grow. I also want to see the proposed cost of how it will affect our taxes. If the city hasn't given the resources to plan on the infrastructure, this is highly irresponsible and unprofessional. If the studies were done, we must be fully informed. How will these changes affect the property values? If neighbors will start changing their building character around us, block the light view, and make the area denser, the quality of life will be affected for many of us in this district. I can't really imagine that our already dense downtown will become denser. Gloucester is the wrong place for such a development. This is just a beginning of the change of the character of the city. The plan is way larger, and you know it. And the overall agenda is not being served to people. However, my proposal is again to include all Gloucester citizens in a public hearing. You said a few times on Zoom calls that this has been planned for a while and that this is our fault that we are not participating on our meetings. I ask you, city councils, to inform the people who you represent better and let us speak. I see the Zoom calls are well controlled. It is hard to figure out what the plan is. We are not allowed to speak because you city councils are afraid of losing control. Mainly, we hear the magic word affordable and sustainable, which pushes the project to come through. How affordable is it going to be for all of us after all, if we cannot afford the taxes and our property values go down? So the ordinances for these 9 amendments are coming from outside of Gloucester. However, as I have heard Council Grove on March 4th stating that the city has the power over the decision, not the state. I'm asking you, city councils, to vote no. Represent your people instead of favoring the projects which are pushing through from outside of Gloucester. Focus on the Gloucester's people's demands. This is why we have elected you. This is not a law. I repeat that there needs to be a process when the public gets actively engaged and largely informed on the amendments, including the infrastructure change detailed plan. These changes will permanently change the city character and affect the cost of our living here.
Sylvie, your 5 minutes is up. Could you kindly wrap up? Thank you.
Thank you. Please take the time before making a decision. You are the ones who are going to be held accountable for what happens here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sylvie. So counselors, now it's time for a rebuttal. So I would ask Greg Catamatori, do you have up to a 3-minute rebuttal to speak to some of the things that were brought up in the opposition 3 speeches?
I guess the only thing I'd respond to is I think that a lot of them were focused on the 3 amendments that aren't being discussed this evening. In terms of, I guess I could respond a little bit to the question about infrastructure. I believe you had a submission memorandum from the Director of Public Works about capacities of water and sewer. So there was a lot of talking about the process. You counselors know what the process is. As these proposals were developed, outside of just a typical planning board initiation. Again, I point back to the housing production plan. To be honest, that process had a lot of people involved in it. And from the perspective of somebody that works for the city, it's very empowering when you hear from the public and what they would like to see. A number of these things that are in front of you now were clearly articulated within that housing production plan. And that was presented to the city council before you and approved. They had to actually sign on to that housing production plan. And I remember sitting in the conference room in City Hall and looking across the table at then Councilor Lundberg, Gilman and Holmgren and said, okay, so that's the work of the aspirational work of what we can work on for strategies, and we'll be returning to the council with them in the form of amendments. And that's why we're here now. I also do very much appreciate everybody that's been engaged in this process. I think the council really, again, because this was not something that was the genesis of all the councilors that are sitting now, took the time to reach back out and hear from the public through your ward meetings, which I think was a valuable exercise. And I think I was handed around 100 questions, which I tried to respond to at the P&D level. And again, these are not easy decisions. And they're not going to, these changes, if they're enacted or not enacted, are not going to be the ultimate solution for all these issues that we face in terms of the housing need in the community. What I do take very much exception with is the idea that these particular amendments came from somewhere else, because these were your planning board that lives in this community, your prior city councilor, members from a number of committees, and the public coming to meetings and expressing their needs around housing. You may not like the options that are being provided, and I can completely respect that, but I don't think that anybody can suggest that they weren't coming from within the community and trying to address the community's needs. So not really germane to the specifics of the amendments themselves, but I also have to speak to the integrity of the process.
Thank you so much, Greg. So Patty, Lisa, or Sophie, do you have anything? You have up to 3 minutes for your combined rebuttal to our planning director and interim community development director. Would any of the 3 of you like to speak? Sylvie, you're not muted, so I don't know if you want to speak, or Patty.
I'm sorry, I'm not muted. I think I pretty much said everything, but I appreciate it, and I know that all of you are going through some challenges. It's really hard to be meeting constantly for such a long time and planning, and I appreciate your work. And I really cannot emphasize enough. Please take the time before you make the major decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty or Lisa, do either one of you want to add to that 3-minute block of time on a rebuttal? Okay, I see that as a no. So at this point, we are going.
Val, they do have their hands up, but they're not unmuting themselves, so I'm not.
Okay. All right, Patty, you need to unmute yourself. Oh, at least you're
Okay.
now unmuted. So why don't you go next? And Patty, you can unmute yourself so you can also speak. So go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that of these motions, especially lot size, width changes, height changes, multifamily conversions, present an opportunity to take a deeper dive into our current ordinance and by right considerations. I think Mr. Joel Favaza in one of our public meetings asked if these proposed zoning amendments were the best approach to thicker, I can't remember what exactly he said. He made references to the volumes of amendments that the city has made over the years in our zoning ordinances. Could this, he asked, be a starting point for a complete overhaul of our current local zoning ordinance and bylaws? Our community development plan was last updated in 2000. We are working in silos with these motions. We have important planning developments happening in our city: open spaces, harbor plan, downtown rapid recovery plan, which was done in partnership with the DHDC. I mean, it's just an opportunity to actually look at creating a master plan for the vision of our city moving forward. I respect the work that's gone into these proposed motions, but it begs a bigger, more comprehensive picture of the city and how we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Patty, you have maybe 1 minute for the 3-minute rebuttal time. Do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I missed the whole page of my speech. But anyway, I didn't touch on, flooding, drainage, surface water, combined sewer output, the home and basement damage. I didn't touch on can the existing infrastructure provide a little 2-acre neighborhood with the amount of water gallons per day that we're gonna need? Can our treatment plant handle all this volume? And real quickly, the elephant in the room is the traffic and the number of cars that would traverse our former cow pass, using the example of the model I mentioned. But anyway, so traffic will be a problem. In our city hall, there is an inspirational mural that our founding fathers commissioned. It reads, "Build not for today alone, but for tomorrow as well." Is this what we want our tomorrow to look like? Let's think about this. And I really think this is a very serious matter. And I never laugh about anything that happens in my neighborhood, because everything is so detrimental in my neighborhood, everything. And I wish you guys, everyone would come down and spend an hour, have a little picnic with me in my neighborhood, because you will see what I see. And we need help here. And it's not all these zoning changes. So please think before you act. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we are going to open up the public hearing, and because of the amount of people that are going to want to speak, I'd just like to open it up. Joanne, if you can just bring in the next person and the next person, and if you can all state your name and your address, and then if you're speaking in favor or opposition. And I want you to keep in mind a few things. First of all, we're focused on the amendments that are in front of us. The ones that Greg Catamatori spoke to. And we don't want to talk about character. We don't want to talk about things that would be offensive. And I'll ask my fellow counselors to help me with any points of order that you feel are appropriate based on what people talk about, because there's a lot of passion and I want this to be a productive listening session. So without further ado, let's take the first person that is in line. And Joanne, if you bring them in and introduce yourself and your address, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. And Joanne will be taking care of the time, and we'll give you a 3-minute beep. I think Elizabeth Benfield brought in. Elizabeth, if you would introduce yourself and speak your address, and then tell us if you're in favor or opposition and speak to the amendments. Thank you. Elizabeth, you worked on taking off the mute at the beginning of the meeting and you were successful when you tried it out. Could you unmute yourself again?
Do you want to come back to her?
Okay. Elizabeth, we will get back to you. So when you can unmute yourself. Paul Lundberg, name and address, please. And are you speaking in favor or opposition?
Yes. Can you hear me, Val?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. My name's Paul Lundberg, and I live at 5 Bridgewater Street in Gloucester, and I'm setting my timer. I'm speaking in favor of the proposals that are before you tonight for the vote tonight. I previously served on the planning board for 6 years, and I also served on the Gloucester City Council. And I was the president of the City Council when we started the housing production plan and appointed the working group. And first, I want to thank everyone for their hard work. All those groups and of course the staff have done an amazing job on these proposals. And I will say that to the council that your public input on this matter is unprecedented. In my experience on the council, we never reached out like you have reached out on this matter. So the public should be very proud of you for giving them all the opportunities that they've had. I'd like to spend a quick minute on why we're doing this. We're doing this because we have to have a housing production plan to advance our compliance with 40B, but also with our community goals and needs and how we go forward with the lack of housing and especially affordable housing that we have. And while these particular zoning proposals are really technical, they are the foundation of how we are going to get more affordable housing in Gloucester. That's what the housing production plan is all about, and it shows the building blocks that we need. So we do need to go step by step through these very intricate details that are going toward that goal. And I would just like to state for the record and for everyone who's listening, in fact, this is about affordable housing, and it's about all of the housing issues that we have, because it's about our community goals and needs. Finally, there's been a lot of speculation about the unintended consequences of doing this. The City Council has a number of tools in its toolbox if this gets out of hand, if the perspective of unbridled development occurs, the City Council can change the zoning and make sure that that is not the consequence. The City Council can also institute a review process. For instance, have the building inspector in the community or the planner come to the council every 6 months and give a report of what's happening in terms of zoning applications or by right applications. So that's all possible. And the final thing I'll say is, as you all know, because you've really had a baptism of fire, especially the new counselors, while you are elected to listen to the people who come to the public hearing, there's thousands of people who don't come to the public hearing. Those thousands of people elected you to do the job for them of evaluating these proposals and doing the right thing for the city. Thank you very much for all of your work.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay. Robert Culbert, would you introduce yourself and your address and tell us if you're in favor or opposition and speak on the amendments? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Colbert. I built a home 11 years ago at 90 Eastern Point Boulevard and have lived there since. I am in great opposition to Amendment 1A and Amendment 3, which affects RC40 zoning. I am a member of the board of the Association of Eastern Point Residents. The board unanimously opposes any changes to RC40 zoning changes. First of all, we're approximately, if I remembered right from the last open meeting, 117 properties that are in that classification. It's not going to create great housing stock if every single one of them were to change to a 2-family. It's not going to meet the desired goal. But what it will do is, within Eastern Point, that we have 90% of the RC40 zoning, we have private roads. The roads are old. The roads are not built to city standards. They are a security hazard, a fire hazard on a good day. We are constantly, as a board, using residents' fees to pay for keeping the roads in a position that and repairing them from coastal damage. We have 50+ acres of Mass Audubon property that is for the purpose of not having density in those sensitive areas so that wildlife can come and go as they need to for migratory purposes. So for us, we're very small. So we're not thousands. We're not going to increase the housing stock, but it is going to be a real challenge to be able to deal with more density in an area that is tapped out from a resource perspective. So really, truly, I apologize to the other members on this call that are in different wards and are affected by the other amendments, because the ones that really greatly impact us, and unanimously the association reached out to members. We got only one person that didn't want to support the letter that we sent to all of you asking for you to vote down the RC40 related amendments. So thank you. I don't have any big song and dance. You guys are great. Thank you. But please vote them down.
Appreciate it. Okay, Marcia Hart, introduce yourself, your address, and tell us if you're in favor or opposed of the amendments that are in front of us.
Marcia Hart, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
2 Fremont Street. And hello to the officials and the other residents here. I'll answer the opposed or for in the first paragraph. The expression that the devil is in the details is something that's often used with zoning. With these amendments, I can agree with the goals that I've heard stated and yet oppose the amendments because I think they lack additional needed protections. So in this case, for me, the devil is in the lack of details. I want additional opportunities for homeowners to subdivide their homes so that family members and extended family can gain a place to live. I'm for aiding those struggling to remain in their homes and allowing them to develop an income stream from creating a new unit in their existing home that's a stable rental unit or space for a caregiver. I'm for all kinds of housing, workforce housing, live-work housing, infill housing, cluster housing, tiny house housing. I'm for housing options and those so that people in our community can be here and stay here and have their children stay here. I want the socioeconomic diversity of the city that I love to remain robust. So here comes the real but. I want zoning that both increases housing and that states its protection of what residents value. In the Plan 2000, there's a lot about housing. Here's some of the language, the buts that are in that. Subdivide to promote smaller units. Cluster housing to preserve open space. Increase the supply of permanent affordable housing. Infill housing consistent with neighborhood patterns. Vertical expansion where consistent in the neighborhood. Easier permitting for multiple family, but conform with neighborhood character, infrastructure and amenities, adequate land areas, and avoid neighborhood view obstruction. So I think you have a lot more agreement in the community about increasing housing and it being affordable and the desire to solve what is really a housing crisis here. But again, there's a but, because more formalized protections to prevent unintended consequences are lacking in the amendments. They may be in the housing production plan, they may be in the hearts of the planning board, but they are not in the amendments. They could easily become primarily a benefit to developers and not for those in our community who are housing stressed. So really good community-centric zoning can actually address both those things. And
Marcia, your 3 minutes is up. If you could wrap up, that would be great.
I could, just for an example, deed restricted housing does that. It addresses both. If you put time limits on creating housing so that it has to be a stable rental unit for a period of time rather than it becoming an Airbnb, then you have created housing for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Next is Gully Hand. Would you introduce yourself, Gully, and your address? Thank you. Welcome. You're unmuted, so you can begin to talk. Gully? Is your volume on? The top of your laptop? Gully, you are unmuted, but we can't hear you. Joanne, would you bring someone else in? Okay, we have Tom Robinson Cox. Tom, would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have up to 3 minutes. And you are on mute. You can, if you're calling in on a phone. Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. I had my phone on because my pad wasn't working. I'm speaking in opposition to this because of what I believe are unintended consequences.
Okay, Tom, can you tell us your address kindly?
5 Haskell Court in Gloucester.
Thank you.
I'm a Ward 1 And my concern is that opening Pandora's box to a lot of development. I know that that the board has put a lot of thought and time into this. Unfortunately, the plan that they're working on is many years old, and the current counselors, majority of them, were not party to that plan or to the implementation of the recommendations from the studies from years ago. And my biggest concern is that by making it right to have two families with modifications in whatever zones you are contemplating, just opens the door to rampant development, the likes of which I've seen in my own neighborhood. Specifically, the one Diane Rule, who's a real estate developer, recently bought a single family house around the corner from me with 80,000 square feet on it and not enough frontage to put up 2 units. She applied for a variance to put in 2 ADUs, a pork chop lot, which fortunately was denied. So instead she put up 2 $1.8 million condos, where before there was a single family house. She's unable to sell one of them, so she resides in it. Around the corner from me on Way Street, a almost exclusively single family area. One developer, Paul.
I would just call a point of order that I'd really rather not you talk about specific people, because that's
Okay, well, another took
talk about
a
your
single.
concerns, but just don't mention the people. Thank you.
They two luxury condominium units out of it. And while I appreciate that you're trying to, put some, address the pressure on housing prices and affordability, that has gone by the wayside. Many sessions ago, when everyone on the planning board agreed, this is not about affordable housing. And I think the initial intent of these proposals was to make housing more affordable by creating more supply. But I think there are unintended consequences here. And I have to remind the city council that the purpose of the zoning ordinance, and I'm reading from the purpose of it in the opening preamble, is to promote, enhance the health, safety, convenience, quality of life, and welfare of the inhabitants of the city of Gloucester. In order to achieve that, they are supposed to lessen congestion in the streets, to conserve health, security, let me just finish, to provide and to prevent overcrowding of land, and to avoid undue concentration of population. These proposed regulations lessen those attempts. They provide for overcrowding and undue concentration of population. And they do not encourage housing for persons of all income levels. They are in direct contradiction to the purpose of the zoning ordinance of the city of Gloucester. Rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Joanne, can you make the buzzer a little bit louder so people can hear? That would be helpful, because I don't want to be a nag, but I think people with over 20 people that have their hands up right now, it would be helpful if we could all keep to the 3 minutes. So Sunny Robinson, would you introduce yourself and your address? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Sunny Robinson. I live at 20 Harvard Street in Ward 3. I've lived in Gloucester in the same house for about 25 years now. And I would also add, as many people know, that I had the opportunity and was the city's public health nurse from 2000 to 2008. For at least 20 of the years that I have lived in Gloucester, we have been talking with increased intensity about the increasing shortage of housing for the multiple levels of people who want to remain here. And I think it cuts across our community, from young people out of high school or college who can't find a place when they want to stay that is affordable, to young couples who want to start a family, to middle income people who are getting ready to downsize. And it is certainly true for other seniors like me who absolutely hope to remain in the community, but don't necessarily need to stay in oversized houses, but would like, excuse me, another place to be able to move. I think these zoning ordinances, which I support and which I urge the city council to vote for, open some doors and increase the opportunities to start to meet some of those needs. I'm very well aware that just having a single family dwelling in one of the zones, one of the zoning areas that we're talking about, does not automatically give you the right to build a second unit. You do have to have a conforming lot, and you do have to have a conforming structure. While there certainly may be some development types rather than homeowners who rush in and try to build, I actually do not believe that a large number of people will choose to convert their single family homes to two-family homes. I think it is very important, however, for people who do want to consider that option. So maybe they make a place for a young person, or maybe they're a senior who makes a smaller place for themselves and has a larger rental unit, that we in fact create that opportunity for people to be able to do so, and to do that by right, without having to go and seek a variance, so that they actually are in the same position that a developer who would want to come in and tear down a place and replace it with 2 units now has that opportunity. I do, however, think it's true that these ordinances, which I hope you will pass, create the opportunity, create the potential for increasing housing that could be available across the age areas of our city, and in fact, across the income of our city. I think, however, just to wind up, that I would urge the city council, along with the planning board, the Affordable Housing Trust, the Community Preservation Committee, to in fact look at what incentives you can create along with passing these proposals, so that we actually move towards the kind of housing we want to meet the needs of our citizens who wish to remain here. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you will support these proposals.
Yeah, I already did him.
Kat, oh, excuse me, my dog is, Sean, just for a second, would you continue while I can just get our dog from scratching? Thank you.
Not a problem. Kat, how you doing tonight? If you could just give us your name and address and unmute yourself. Can you hear us, Kat? All right, Joanne, can you move on to the next caller, please? We have Melissa Diamond. Melissa, if you could state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Great. I'm Melissa Diamond. I live at 6 Burns Way in Gloucester. That's in Ward 4. I also am the president and executive director of Wellspring House, and we own 3 properties: 302 Essex Avenue, 99 Washington Street, and 11 Chestnut Street, 2 of which are not in areas that are of discussion for tonight. I just want to thank you so much for all of the time and attention you've spent on this issue. There have been so many meetings. The fact that there are 700 some odd pages in the packet for tonight's, stands for itself. But I want to make just a few points. So we have the advantage at Wellspring to know hundreds and hundreds of families in the local area. I think probably very few of whom would have been part of the public hearing today. And I want just to stress that over the last year, Wellspring has worked directly with 50 families in Gloucester, all of whom were confronted with the possibility of needing to move out of the city due to housing issues. And so I've heard lots of folks talk about what they're concerned about for the future, what might happen in the future with, quote unquote development. But I really want you to know that we are working with folks who are already experiencing difficulty. It's not about what might happen. It's what about what's happening already. And these are folks who are teachers, they're EMTs, these are people with jobs, and are looking for anything in the city possible to create more flexibility. And what I like so much about the amendments, in fact, I don't think of them as siloed at all. I think of them as incremental, and I think of them as being very precise. And that's what we have available to us right now. Until we would have the option for something that would be more sweeping, if at all, this is what we've got. We have the option for incremental changes that collectively work together to make some real change. And so a unit here or a unit there do build up over time and really matter for people. I also, hearing Greg Cadamitore talk about whether these ideas are from inside or outside. I think you certainly know this, but for other folks who might be on the call, MAPC is a governmental body. They are the entity that's been helping to advise the city for quite some time. They're the folks who did the original research to show that we were missing 600 units in the city back in 2017. MAPC itself is made up of the communities that it represents. The representatives of Gloucester on MAPC are Mayor Verga and Greg Cadamitore. So just for folks who may be confused about that, they are us. And what they have that maybe some of us don't have are the professional hours that go into becoming really knowledgeable about these issues. So I'm in full support of the amendments that are before us tonight, and I'll participate in the next hearing for the other amendments later.
Thank you,
Thank
Melissa.
you. Melissa, just to be clear, this is the public hearing on all the amendments right now that are in front of us. So thank you.
Right, but I mean, we're not talking about R5 tonight. And we're
Oh,
not
no, you are
we're not
correct. That's correct. Thank you. Okay, so next up is Ed Shokir. Ed, would you introduce yourself and your address and speak to us for 3 minutes? Thank you.
My name's Ed Shokir, and I live at 717 Washington Street. And I'm in favor of more affordable housing in Gloucester. I believe it's one of the great challenges facing us in the years ahead, today and in the years ahead, but don't believe these amendments will bring that about. I'm particularly in opposition to the proposed amendments that allow single-family homes to be expanded to become two-family homes without today's special permit process, and the amendment to allow current building heights to be increased from 30 to 35 feet as of right. I bring to this discussion my perspective as a city planner, and as a city planner, I want to correct an erroneous reason that has been given for removing the special permit requirement for two-family conversions, and that's the lack of zoning uniformity. Gloucester's current zoning is 100% in accordance with the zoning uniformity principle. I've confirmed this with other urban planners in my company's Boston office, and I've asked colleagues at the zoning law firm that we go to for advice, and they agree. Today, over 70% of Gloucester's housing lots are in zoning districts R10, 20, and 30. And the zoning for these districts state that these are districts intended to accommodate single-family residential development and, where appropriate, two-family and multifamily development. Years ago, Gloucester defined what where appropriate means by amending the zoning to allow for two-family units on vacant land and for conversions that don't increase the home size. Now the argument is being made that because the city allows these certain instances for two-family home construction on vacant land and for two-family conversions without expansion, then these where appropriate exceptions should become the general rule, and that any single-family home in these primarily single-family districts can be converted to two-family houses without applying for a special permit. As our zoning attorney wrote, Gloucester's allowance of two-family developments on vacant lots and two-family conversions without expansion in single-family districts are the exceptions, not the general rule. To the extent one is concerned about the defense of Gloucester's zoning ordinance based on the principle of zoning uniformity, presumably the remedy would be to eliminate the exceptions, not change the general rule. So in conclusion, the current zoning is 100% in accordance with the uniformity principle, and zoning uniformity is not a valid argument for removing the special permit requirement for single two-family conversions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ed.
Do you want to try Kat again?
Yes. Oh, now it's ringing nice and loud, Joanne.
Okay, sorry.
Kat, would you try again to unmute yourself? Hit *9 if you're on a phone, or hit your unmute button if you're on a laptop. No, I don't see it becoming unmuted.
Okay.
So I see former Councilor Jen Holgram. Jen, would you state your name and your address? And you have up to 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. It's good to see all your faces. Jen Holmgren. I am at 385 Magnolia Ave, and I will be brief. Paul Lundberg, Sonny Robinson, and Melissa Diamond made such salient points. I will add, Paul Lundberg appointed me to the Housing Production Plan Implementation Committee working group when I was on the City Council. And Councillor Gilman, to your point, not only were some of us waiting 3 months, some of us have been waiting 5 years for this to get before the council. So I'm really excited that this public hearing is happening tonight. And thank you all so much for your careful work. I want to say how much I do support all of the amendments that are in front of you tonight. I want to say, in addition to the good points that have already been made, there are a lot of residents here who are overhoused and who would benefit from expanding their single family homes to 2 or 3 unit homes. I'm thinking of seniors. I'm thinking of parents whose grown children can no longer afford to live here, people who want to age in place and who may benefit from an adult child caregiver. Contrary to some of the hyperbole that's been bandied about in the past few months, this is not going to happen to every single house in Gloucester. I certainly have no intention, my husband and I, of expanding our single family home to a 2 or 3 family home. It is impracticable for most people, but I believe this is a natural and necessary step for those people who need this type of thing to make it easier for them to do that. So thank you very much, all of you, for your consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Amanda Chincola.
Hi, my name is Amanda Chincola. I live at 249 Magnolia Avenue. And I'm speaking tonight to express my full support for all 9 zoning amendments. And I'm just really supportive because it's going to enable housing options, which we all know we desperately need. I do recommend that 2-family homes be allowed by right in all residential zoning districts, so including the R40. So the package of amendments, I really see it as a practical approach to meeting our housing needs. And I do feel compelled to go on the record, so there are residents, or at least this resident, that feels that growth is a good thing. Every year, our city's fixed costs are going to continue to increase, and that's just to keep up with the status quo. All the things it takes to run the city. So if we want to be able to keep up with those costs, new growth will help us. The new growth, it enhances our short and long-term economic growth. It obviously will contribute to our housing needs. and adds to our tax base. And I think that's an important note, because by adding to our tax base, these new homes reduce the tax burden on existing residents. And I also just want to live in a community that is accepting of all kinds of people, whether you're born and raised here or new to Gloucester. And I guess for full transparency, I should know I am a city planner by trade, and my background's in housing policy. So I have a strong belief that housing is a basic human right. I know from experience that affordable housing is just a really tough nut to crack. It takes a lot of strategies. And if we want to move the needle and meet our housing needs, we need to be willing to take bold actions. But again, I don't see this package as bold. I see it as incremental. It's a really great first step, but I'm worried if we can't pass these minor amendments, how are we going to move forward with the bold actions that are going to be required next? Because we need homes to be a healthy and vibrant community. So I really hope you pass these. Lastly, I just want to applaud the outreach and engagement that the city commenced for these amendments. I'm just super impressed with the number of meetings and all the opportunities for public input. So thank you all for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Amanda. Joel Favazza,
Good evening. Can you hear me?
loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Nice to see you all. So for the record, my name is Joel Favazza and I live at 28 Middle Street. While, as someone mentioned tonight, I would prefer to toss the whole GZO and start over, I do support these amendments because they make sense and will improve conditions in this city. As many of you know, for the past 12 years, I have made a living as a permitting attorney, in part helping citizens navigate the zoning ordinance as it's currently written in front of this council, the ZBA, and the planning board. And these proposed changes will make things easier for property owners and literally eliminate work for me. And I still support all of them because, as I said, they make sense. None of the amendments before you tonight should be controversial. Some are barely more than housekeeping, right? But as the amendments that make opportunities for additional housing units more accessible, I will say this. My current house is a two-family. Living in a two-family allows my young family to afford to continue to live in Gloucester and for my children to grow up in the city that raised me. Our rental unit allows our tenant to also afford to continue to live in his hometown and do the same for his family. I grew up in a different two-family. Living in that two-family allowed my working class parents to afford to raise my sister and I in Gloucester and continues to allow my mother to live in Gloucester to this day. My grandparents' house is a three-family, and those three units have consistently allowed my extended working class family to live in Gloucester dating back to the 1940s and still does to this day. And so I find it a little insulting that some people, including two of the lead opponents tonight who own properties more than 3 times more dense than our densest district currently allows, would encourage you to try to deny others the opportunity from which they currently benefit, from which we currently benefit, to deny others this opportunity of making a life for themselves and their families in Gloucester. These amendments are not controversial. They are not complicated. There's no hidden agenda, and there's no legitimate risk for unintended consequences. They are pragmatic. They make sense. They will add new growth tax revenue to a city that needs to replace school buildings and upgrade a sewage treatment facility. And they'll help working class families like mine continue to survive in a city that is getting more and more expensive by the year. And so I hope that you will see to it that they are enacted. I really appreciate you taking the time tonight to listen to everybody. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Next is Jane Fox Dobson. Jane, would you introduce yourself, your address, and speak to us for up to 3 minutes on these amendments?
Yes, good evening. My name's Jane Fox Dobson. I live at 14 Becker Circle, Gloucester, Mass. I commend you for all the work that you have done. I'm kind of on the fence regarding the zoning. In a lot of ways, deep down in my heart, I'm against it. And the reason being, for example, is I moved here to Gloucester 34 years ago to R20 because I like single family and I don't want a crowd around me. And to my surprise, one day, the house next door to me got sold through the bank. And the person that owns there all of a sudden put it to a 2-family, doesn't live there, and uses it as a rental property. So it got converted from a single family to a 2-family. doesn't live there, and unfortunately, it's not maintained like the previous owners. So to me, I'm not happy about situations like that. But now that I hear Mr. Favaza, what his family, maybe if you did something where if you're gonna convert it, it has to be for family only. In other words, you can't rent it out to non-family members. And the owner has to live there. Something like that I could go for. The other thing I want to do is, a city council mentioned that you work for about 1,000 people. I think my biggest problem here, and hear me out, is the COVID has created, this is trying times for a lot of people. I've had a lot of issues dealing with COVID, and then teleworking, family members ill, family members dying. So I'm not always on board with all this stuff. And for me personally, a lot of this stuff, for lack of better terms, has been done behind closed doors. I don't think where our reach out is via Zoom meetings. We should have our town hall reopened. These meetings should be in public. There's elderly that are not tech savvy. There's people that don't have computers. They're not technical people. They don't have computers. They don't have laptops. They don't have smartphones. And I did not receive one single letter from the city about these meetings. Not one letter. I get 4 tax bills. Actually, I get 8 tax bills a year because I own 2 lots, but I didn't receive one notice. And that's our burden, the city's burden. You're having all these meetings, the elderly don't know about them. Most of my neighbors, I talk to them, they look at me like I'm crazy. Like, what are you talking about rezoning? Because not too many people either read the Gloucester Times, unfortunately. For what's in the paper, it's kind of a pricey newspaper. And who has time to read the paper when they're on a computer all day like me? And that's the last thing I want to do. So I'm just asking you to please try to reach out and stop these Zoom meetings and get back on board with open forums, public meetings, and notification would go a long way instead of it looking like it's being hush hush and behind. I'm not accusing, but it just feels that way.
I'm getting a sign that your 3 minutes is up, but thank you for speaking to us. Appreciate it.
And I thank you for all you've done, seriously. It's just, I think we need to relook at some things. I'm on the fence. Convince me otherwise.
Thank you. And now we have a Mike. Mike, would you give us your full name and your address and speak to us for up to 3 minutes? Thank you.
Sure. This is Michael Slazak from 10 Brace Cove. And I would echo the other speakers in saying, yes, there is a housing crisis, and yes, we need to address it. But there's also an environmental crisis. And we don't seem to be touching upon that. Building leaves a very large carbon footprint, both in its construction and in ongoing operation. And I don't see anything in here. I know that we too often say, well, that's up to some other committee, but there is no other committee. The Conservation Commission looks at meeting the requirements of the mass laws. The Health Committee, it just looks at their concerns. I think that these amendments need to be tabled until we can begin to incorporate other aspects of environmental concern to lower our carbon footprint. I mean, Gloucester, especially with sea level rise, is going to find itself in a very difficult position. And again, I agree, there is a housing crisis, but there's also a world environmental crisis. And along with that, I think there will be many unintended consequences of this. I think while people have in mind, I'd love to see, my ability to put my elderly mother in a unit next to me. Most often, it's going to be developers, as has happened in other towns that have adopted this, like Danvers, coming in and taking up single family houses and putting up multifamily. And I don't think it begins to address the issue of making affordable housing. So again, I support your efforts in trying to address the housing crisis. I think it needs to be expanded to address our environmental issues and our infrastructure issues that were raised earlier in the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Sean Henry, name and address, please.
Do you really want to hear from me, Val? Sean Henry, 14 Pleasant Street, Gloucester, Massachusetts, member of the planning board. I'm sure that you, like many other folks in town, are probably tired of hearing me moan on about these amendments, but yet here I am again. I've gone through your packet, looked at many of the letters in opposition to these amendments, and the unfortunate thing I see in a lot of them is that they're not really specific to the amendments. There are numerous letters in opposition that the entire extent of the letter says, I'm against all zoning changes, against zoning amendments, period. And I think it's important to actually look at these zoning amendments specifically, as Joel said, they're not complicated, they're not far-reaching, they're very minor. I won't go into details on each one of them because I believe I sent you an email describing those, but the one I would like to touch on, because it's the key, is the change in allowing two-family conversion by right through an exterior conversion. Now, an earlier speaker said that that's not in conflict with the Mass law, but the Mass law that deals with it is very specific. Mass General Law 40A, Section 4 says that you will treat all uses the same in the same zoning district. We're not doing that now with that. We allow two-family construction by right. We allow two-family conversion by right. That's just with interior modification. And we single out only conversion with exterior modifications. And not in all of our wards, only in 10, 20, 30, and 40. In R5 and R80, it's a use allowed by right. We should make that uniform across the board. Now, there's been a lot of concern about our capacity for water and sewer. You have, I believe you received it on March 2nd from Mike Hale, Director of the DPW. We're well within our capacity of both water and sewer. Once a secondary treatment plant goes online, we're going to be producing less than half of the sewer that we'll have capacity for. I mean, we're well within our water limits. In terms of the overall impact of this, in terms of numbers, as Jen Holmgren stated, if every single person who owns a single family home in these districts who could convert from a single family home to a two-family home, that's 2,000 new units of housing. That will never happen. Hopefully, some of it happens for those people like the caller right before me, who would like to see his mother living with him. But
Sean, I hate to interrupt, but you are passing your 3 minutes.
I've heard that before, Val. Thank you very much. And thank you again for allowing me to speak at your ward meetings. I hope you pass these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Now we have Olivia Perez Odess. Name and address.
Thank you. Yes, hi, can you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes. So my name is Olivia Perez Odess. I live in Ward 3. I'm the Director of Community Relations at the Greater Cape Ann Chamber of Commerce, and I am here tonight speaking on behalf of the Chamber's Board of Directors and their Government Affairs Council. We support the proposed amendments before you tonight and recommend your approval. By making the city's zoning more amenable to reasonable and responsible housing production, you will be helping people who wish to work and live here. You will also be helping to create a positive and sustainable future for Cape Ann. Additionally, it is important for you to know that in a survey given to our membership on current staffing shortage issues in many sectors of business here in Gloucester, it was identified that the lack of housing availability is one of the leading factors of staff shortages. A portion of our Gloucester business members expressed that having more housing options in Gloucester would help recruit and retain employees, making our community a more accessible and attractive place to work. Thank you all for your time and hard work on this. Special thanks to Greg, who gave a presentation to our Government Affairs Council, helping us come to this decision. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I hope you take our position into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Next, we have Bob Gillis. Name and address, please, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gilman. Robert Gillis, 31 Sayward Street. I just want to thank all the councilors, the planning board, Greg Catamatori for all their hard work with this. And I think the public process has been outstanding. You really stretched to give the public the opportunity to express their views on this important matter. And I felt right along that we have to start this by acknowledging that we have a housing crisis in Gloucester. And this, well, let me also just say, I was on the Housing Production Plan Implementation Committee. And I also serve on the board of directors of Harbor Light Community Partners, which is an affordable housing developer. And I support these amendments. There is no perfect solution for this housing crisis that we're all facing. But this is an incremental way, which I've heard in previous speakers say, it's an incremental way for us to help with this housing crisis for both affordable housing and housing across the board in the city of Gloucester. Right now, well, I'm not going to say right now, as of the 2010 census, 2 out of 5 people were housing cost burden in the city of Gloucester. 2 out of 5. That's 40% of people were housing cost burden. That's right in the housing production plan. It's a statistic. I'm going to venture to say that 12 years later, that problem is worse. I can't back that up, but it hasn't gotten better. So I think this is one way that we can address that problem. It's not going to solve the problem, but I support these amendments, and I truly believe that they're not going to change the character of Gloucester at all, but they'll only help with the problem that we're dealing with. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Next is a phone number ending in 1502. Would you introduce yourself and your address? Unmute yourself. You're calling in on the phone, so hit *9. Joanne, do you have any other suggestions?
No, I can't unmute them. They have to unmute themselves. I have no way of unmuting them.
Phone number 1502, could you try hitting *9? And try *6.
Hello?
Voila.
Thank you.
Name and address, please.
My name is Richard Fisher. I live at 1212 Washington Street in Lanesville. My neighbors and I in Ward 4 have petitioned the Gloucester City Council to vote no on all of the motions to amend current City of Gloucester zoning ordinances. Motions recommended by the Gloucester Planning Board. And I'd like to acknowledge all of the hard work that has been done on these motions to date. 2 years of citizen-driven discussion produced the Community Development Plan for the City of Gloucester 2001. On plan page 121, Section 7B Implementation Actions states the city should encourage members of the community to participate at all stages of the planning process, including them as partners on certain projects and programs. This provision of the plan is to ensure that the City Council and administration are acting in accordance with the will of the people and in their best interests. Unfortunately, this cannot be the case in the matter of the recommended amendments to the zoning ordinances which have been protecting and preserving the character of the city and its neighborhoods for the past 20 years. In this zoning matter, the will and best interests of the citizens are generally unknown. According to the 2020 census data, the population of Gloucester was 29,729. Most of these citizens do not seem to know about this matter. This matter has not been fully explained to them. Most citizens have not even been contacted directly to voice their support. Remote hearings, meetings, and obscure public notices, Zoom meetings, may now satisfy the letter of state law, but that doesn't make them right. Decisions made in effect behind closed doors that could profoundly change the look and feel of many neighborhoods and the whole community are just not right. No compelling consensus of public opinion in favor of these amendments has been sought. Citizens of Gloucester question the capacity of city infrastructure to handle population growth. For example, in Ward 4, we question the capacity of the step sewer main. We question whether the condition of the Beaman School is even fit to serve the current population. No comprehensive study and analysis of the impact that these amendments would have has been made. We believe due process and due diligence must prevail to ensure the welfare of our community. Consequently, we believe that the Gloucester City Council may only vote in good faith to reject the recommended amendments to the current zoning ordinances. Respectfully, we recommend that the Gloucester Planning Board be directed to complete the planning process properly and comprehensively, including a full impact.
Could you try to summarize, because you've.
Just wrapping it up. Including a full impact study, extensive review of the matter in each ward with meaningful outreach to all 29,729 citizens of Gloucester through real public meetings in person where folks can look one another in the eyes and really talk things through. And finally, ensure that public support for these recommended changes is obtained and documented properly. And thank you for listening. Again, I'm Richard Fisher, and I live in Lanesville.
Thank you, Richard. Next is Diana Clark. Diane, would you introduce yourself and your address? Thank you.
Sure. Hi, Diana Clark, Ward 5, 279 Concord Street. The last man that just spoke couldn't have said it better. You've all done so much work on this. It's unbelievable. However, we've gone through a COVID disaster, and I just don't understand where this rush to crush Gloucester comes from. I don't understand why we can't have meetings where everyone can go and everybody could understand what is going on. You've got people tonight saying, oh, this is going to create so much housing that's affordable. The guy that was the president of the city council said that. No, Greg Catamatore said, no, this is not addressing affordable housing at all. I was at that meeting when he said it does not do that. And what I also saw missing in any of the discussion tonight to anybody was, before Greg was talking about not being able to sell these units as individuals that have to be sold together. Now, in some of the pictures I saw, I don't think that's going to be the case. And I personally would like to see language that spells out exactly what's going on. And until I see everybody on the same page, I'm not for or against it. I don't know where I fit in, only because I don't know some of the details. And I think I feel a lot of people would really like to know more of what's going on. So I agree with Jeff in holding off a vote until everybody really understands exactly what's going on. And the last person who just spoke before me could not have said it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. We have 12 hands up right now. Robert Gordon, introduce yourself and your address. Thank you.
Hi, thanks, Counselor. Rob Gordon, 91 Eastern Point Boulevard in Gloucester. I just want to echo Mr. Slezak's comments. I'm just, as I listen to each of the speakers, I'm incredulous at how little thought and commentary and comments from different speakers there has been about climate change and the environment and sea level rise, remembering what Gloucester is. So if we really want to have a serious conversation about the future of Cape Ann, this the conversation about sea level rise needs to not be the footnote, but be the headline for everything we talk about. I listened to the Harbor Development Plan meeting about 2 weeks ago, and at least from the brief Zoom overview at that meeting, it appeared really to be a well-done presentation. So kudos to those involved, and I recognize some of those are the same folks on the planning committee. And it looks like a really well-qualified and thoughtful consultant was engaged. And central to future harbor development plans, as introduced by the consultant, is sea level rise, which was well researched and documented in the plan. And for those of you who've seen it, you'd have to agree it showed alarming levels of sea level rise in the coming years, not generational, but in the coming years, in the near term. And while that presentation was just for the harbor, the same impact is going to be felt along the entire Gloucester shoreline. Remember, we're an island. The important point is that's the harbor plan's foundational starting point. And that's in stark contrast with the zoning proposals in front of us tonight that don't seem to take any of that into account. So I don't understand how that thoughtful plan that addresses sea level rise and planning from that perspective is disconnected completely from these zoning proposals. And I'll use RC40 as an example. The RC40 infrastructure, existing roads, sea barriers, septic systems are getting crushed with each nor'easter. And these near-term sea level forecasts are not, it makes RC40 unsustainable, yet we're promoting development of additional single and two-family homes in these areas. And these are areas now where the roads in and out of RC40 are in FEMA designated flood zones, not in the future, but now. And this will only get worse because the FEMA data that we use and that the various groups, Conservation Commission, Health Department, Fire Department, et cetera, are using FEMA maps from 2014. That's the most recent FEMA data. So seven years old. So the problem will, not may, as we talk about the future of Cape Ann, it's going to get worse as it relates to climate change and sea level rise specifically. So obviously, we need housing where we can, but where we can't, because of climate change and sea level rise, let's be intelligent about it. Let's look at the facts. Let's look at the information. Great work is being done with the Harbor Development Plan. Let's not lose that information, and let's apply it to the zoning proposals that we're seeing tonight. And again, my specific examples are around RC40. So I'm opposed to these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Peggy Hegarty Stack, welcome. Name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can, loud and clear.
Hi, my name is Peggy Hegarty Stack. I'm the director of Action Inc., and our office is located at 180 Main Street. And we own several other properties, commercial, mixed use, and residential. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the zoning amendments. I want to thank the city volunteer boards and groups, as well as city staff, for all of the work that's gone in throughout this process. As some of you might know, Action is a local nonprofit. We've been in the city since 1965, and we provide all kinds of services to local residents, in particular, helping people access and maintain their housing. And we see an overwhelming need for housing. We see it firsthand on a daily basis as we help people grapple with housing instability. Every 3 years, we do a really comprehensive community needs assessment. We do a lot of grassroots work. So we're talking to people in the community individually, in focus groups, through interviews, surveys, you name it. And the most significant need we see year after year after year is housing. As Bob Gillis mentioned earlier, 42% of Gloucester homeowners are housing cost burden. That's homeowners, not renters. And 49% of Gloucester renters are housing cost burden. So both renters and owners are struggling to stay housed. And we believe for everyone that housing is really a basic right and that everyone deserves to have the dignity of a safe and secure place to call home. And so all of these folks are struggling to find housing. And in the midst of this housing crisis, what we really need is a more comprehensive solution. And as folks have mentioned, it takes a lot of activities in order to help pick away at this problem. It's a very difficult problem. It's only gotten worse over time, and it's been a chronic problem in our region for quite a while. So it requires development, preservation, rental assistance, diversification of our housing stock, and zoning changes. We need to be working on multiple fronts in order to really address this problem. And there's no single measure that's going to solve this crisis. So the proposed amendments, I think, are a critical part of this solution and have been very thoughtfully done. And we understand fully that these changes are not specifically designed to bring more affordable housing to the community, but we do believe that they will create more and more diverse housing options, which will produce greater housing stability and affordability in the community. It's particularly true for seniors. We see folks all the time that are house poor. They're overhoused, but they're burdened by tax bills, and there are local families whose kids can't stay in the community. So there's lots of people for whom this would be a good solution. It won't be everyone's solution, but it will be a great solution for some. And so there's been a lot of misinformation out in the community about what it will do for the community. And I'm just here to say that I do think it's an opportunity for us to take a concrete step toward solving the problem. And I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of the proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. We have 11 people with hands up, but 3 of them have already spoken. So I would say that we have 7 folks that have not yet spoken with their hands up. Teresa, would you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Tracy Mark, and I live at 309 Essex Ave. And I'm probably the only person so far that has said that this would really help me. So I'm someone who has had my kids come back and forth from school, and my mom lives with me. So I've had both people in my home, and I know how hard it is to find housing that's affordable in Gloucester, especially for people already living here. And so the multifamily by right ordinance could really help that. As long as you have the conforming lot and meet all the dimensional requirements, you could add a unit or 2. And I know I wouldn't stress the sewer water system, because my kids, they've already lived here. So they've already been included in the water system, but I just want to help them, and I could do it. And that's the same with parking. They've already been here. And I feel like a lot of people that I know feel the same, that would want to exercise this option. There are people that would want to do this to help people in their family. And developers and house flippers have the resources to do it, to get this special permit and do it. But the idea of saving money is an incentive to be able to get your building permit and not have to hire a lawyer and not have to go through the time it takes to get a special permit. So, and I also want to say that I know people, to me, it seems like a really sustainable thing to do. People talk about saving green space, and to me, it makes more sense to take what you have, and if you have extra space, to make the most of the space that you have, and to provide this kind of security for family members, kind of that independence and security, and make that place for them. That seems important to me. So I want to thank you all for everything that you've done, all the ward meetings, giving the community an opportunity to learn about the ordinances. You know, we need all kinds of housing, but we definitely need affordable housing, and we need all kinds of options. So I'm glad to see that this is coming. I support it. I think we should put some incentives behind it, monitor it, see how it progresses. And if people feel it's not doing what it should be, then, you know, maybe what Paul Lundberg or earlier or Sonny Robinson, we can adjust it. But I really think we need to try this. And the last thing I want to say is doing nothing isn't an option anymore. It's just not an option.
Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate it.
Helping your neighbors is an option.
Thank you. Val Nelson, 3 minutes. How are you?
Yeah, fine. Thank you. It's late, right? And first I would like to say that I know a lot of Ward 4 Lanesville folks signed petitions, wrote letters, and Sean Henry, if they said they oppose these, do not demean them by saying they didn't know what they were.
Val, first of all, would you? Yeah, don't. Please
Well, I'm
don't-
just responding to
No,
what
I
somebody
appreciate it,
earlier
Val.
said.
Thank you. And would you
That's so
kindly
random.
mention your address too?
Valerie Nelson, 7 Sunset Point Road.
Thank
I
you.
frankly don't see really any compelling reason for your voting for these tonight. I've been listening very carefully. Unanimous agreement, we have an affordable housing problem. We have it out here in the neighborhoods. But I think what's coming forward is that the neighborhoods in a variety of venues have been telling you what we live with, what we have seen, what we will predict will happen, which is not affordable housing. We're being overwhelmed with investors, big houses. This is an invitation we're trying to tell you that does not work in our neighborhood. You know, it's so a lot of the arguments you're hearing are these sort of abstract things about we have all these needs. Yes, we agree to these needs, but these are shown to be, in all the input you've gotten, to be misplaced, unpredictable. So many people, even who support them, said things like, well, yeah, we need additional protections, or yeah, it could be unpredictable, but then you can go back and fix them. Or if we don't do this, we can't do big things. I'll tell you the sentiment out in this neighborhood is we've started to look back at that comprehensive master plan. We're game for doing this right. And we're trying to tell you there's no need to vote on these amendments. They should be folded into a comprehensive, whether it's climate, whether it's outside investors, whether it's what the zoning board of appeals does that isn't helpful, whatever it is that has changed since 2017, we're game, but do not fail to pay attention to what we're trying to tell you about. We, as people who live in these neighborhoods, experience and know and predict. And don't think that, you know, you can just say, oh, well, if it goes bad or we can add protections later, then just stop. Let's do it right. And even others said it's much more comprehensive than this. So if you believe that, don't go forward with these predictable, non-performing measures in terms of the affordable housing needs that we all are really concerned about and want to go to work on together.
Thank you, Val. Dennis McGurk. Hi, Dennis.
Hey, good evening. Everybody still awake? I'm on the edge. I'll try to go quickly. I love to agree, and everybody does do a lot of work and put a lot of effort into it. We do understand that. And I'd like to go along with this, but I just can't. And something is missing. Many issues have been brought up, a lot of concern. But it's not just about the housing. And somehow we've got to put all the pieces together. I go back to and it was mentioned to a number of times that the comprehensive plan was a tool and a master plan, and it absolutely is. If you haven't read it lately, you really need to look at it. The plan was designed to be a guide for framing decisions in the city. And what they did was they looked at every aspect of the city: natural resources, environment, neighborhoods, harbor, waterfront, downtown, housing, the economy, education, transportation, and so on. Everything else, everything that makes a city work, they referenced it. And what they did was they drilled down into each of these areas systematically, and they described the resources and trends in that area, the goals, the objectives, and the strategies. And they put it all together, and they didn't leave anything to chance. And then what separates that plan from a lot of others is they went to great detail to explain how to plan and how to have the city involved in making this all come together. I'm listening to I saw the pictures up of the 2-family houses and how nice they are. It just kind of hit me that this is the problem. It's not about housing. It's not about these nice houses. They're not affordable. Trickle down doesn't work. It never has. 2-family houses, such as we're looking at, new structures, have never been affordable. And it just hasn't helped solve the problem. All we're doing is adding houses, adding density, adding congestion, but adding housing without a plan, regard for the neighborhood and the environment and all these other things. If you're not looking at all that collectively, then you're not solving the problem. Way back, you talked about, it's going to be affordable housing, and it's not. I saw the houses go up behind, the apartments up behind the YMCA. I thought those were going to be affordable houses. What an opportunity lost that was. That's where the affordable housing should have gone. Somehow it slipped by everybody. If you had the master plan, you were paying attention to it, you wouldn't have let that happen. And how many other opportunities are going to get lost? So I just, if we can put it all together, not silo any one thing. How does any one thing affect the housing, the parking, and the environment, and the climate control, all that? You've got to put it all together. Then it may make sense to me. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Dennis. Ruth Pino, welcome. Name and address.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this late night. My name is Ruth Pino, and I live at 82 Wheeler Street. I am in favor of the amendments before you tonight. I have a fair amount of experience, both personally and professionally, with how zoning restrictions imposed over the last 20, 30, and 40 years have impacted Gloucester's housing stock. We now have a housing crisis. Thank you to Sunny Robinson for her remarks tonight, because they were right on. Controlling how and where housing units can be added to our stock has brought us to where we are today. I appreciate the time and effort that's gone into the process over the last 5 years, and actually over the last 15 years. This crisis isn't new. Zoning restrictions and creating non-conforming streets and whole neighborhoods in Gloucester enacted over the last 20, 30, 40 years created the crisis we're in, and basically discriminated against certain demographics by keeping them out of some neighborhoods by not allowing the simple example of 2 families in all neighborhoods. I was able to start out by having a 2-family, and it was in Lanesville. And that street is now completely non-conforming, as is most of Lanesville. Why can't someone have a 2-family like by right in Lanesville, or East Gloucester, or Riverdale, or Magnolia? My parents were able to buy a home in West Gloucester because it had a small attached apartment, and years later, my grandfather lived in it. Providing housing for all income levels is the goal of these amendments. Do you know how many streets and whole neighborhoods in Gloucester have been made non-conforming, and they exist in every ward? All of the zoning amendments recommended by the planning board will help to ease the housing crisis, but it will take time. This doesn't mean there will be more people, but units for our parents, kids, and grandchildren. I live in Ward 4. but all of you represent me and the future of Gloucester. Have you thought how the lack of housing units of any kind hampers job development? How can Gloucester attract good paying jobs when the employees can't find housing? For those of you who started out in a 2 or 3 family or live on a 2 or 3 family, why can't someone else have that same opportunity? If any of you vote no on these amendments, I want you to tell me, what are you going to do about the crisis we're in? Don't give me plans you have for years from now, but what are you going to do right now? Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Leslie, introduce yourself and your address. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Leslie Bullia. I reside at 10 Emily Lane in Magnolia. I'm opposed to these zoning changes. However, I do thank you all for all of your work, based primarily on transparency, stress on infrastructure, and access off of Cape Ann. As a busy working person, I was unaware of this work until recently. I've mentioned these proposed changes to many Gloucester residents recently, none of whom were aware of the proceedings. Secondly, I'm very concerned about the stress on higher density population on our already taxed infrastructure, including access to clean water, water treatment, wetlands protection, parking, etc., especially given ensuing climate change impacts. Additionally, no speaker I have heard has mentioned that our island is accessed primarily by one road, serviced by 2 bridges. Most afternoons, you will run into heavy traffic leaving the island. In the summer, traffic barely moves. What plan exists if an emergency necessitates evacuation? I have many questions that will not be answered simply by changing zoning. What I, as a resident, need to feel informed and supportive is a detailed and well thought out updated plan for changes in our city. Because I lack the necessary information to be able to visualize the number, type, and impact of these zoning changes on my neighborhood and city, I'm unfortunately unable to support the proposed zoning changes. Again, I do thank you all for your work.
Thank you, Leslie. Now we have James Hand, Gully Hand. Would you introduce yourself and your address and talk to us for up to 3 minutes? Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Val. Gully Hand, James Hand, 36 Rocky Neck Avenue. I was on before, but I guess you decided to wait till the end to let me speak, but that's all right. I'd like to address you all. What's really interesting to me here is the basic principle of zoning, and that is that it's about people living in a community deciding on the sorts of things that they want in their neighborhood. And so I guess that's what's so surprising about the planning boards with a grant proposal and somebody from the state helping them write up changes to our zoning, that it's kind of a top-down thing. And really, zoning should be a bottom-up thing. You know, it should be the people in a neighborhood want something or they don't, and if they don't like what's going on, then they can propose changes. But this is happening the total other way. I mean, you've now got Vladimir Putin deciding what he wants for Ukraine. Anyway, so tonight you have introduced 3 elements for the upscale zoning districts of our town and changes thereof. And so you're going at it in an easy way. But the point is that none of this is going to result in affordable housing. As a matter of fact, it'll have the exact opposite effect. By increasing the ability to develop, even in these upscale neighborhoods, you're going to have developers running in. And so I advise that we not vote for these things that you take another look at it and decide to do otherwise. Jeff, I welcome you as a new city councilor. Tracy, I think you're terrific. Val, you always will do the right thing, I know. Tony, I'm impressed with what you wrote about this letter to the state. It's time to not accept everything that's thrown at us from up above. Let's be a city making our own decisions. Thank you, guys. It's a long night.
Thank you, Gully. So councilors, we have 7 minutes until 11, and at 11, we have to vote to continue for 30 minutes if that is our wish. So I just wanted to remind you of our time constraints right now and what our rules of procedures require us to do. So we have right now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more folks with their hands up that have not spoken. Chris McCarthy, introduce yourself, your address, and talk to us. Thank you.
Yes, Chris McCarthy, 166 Bray Street in Gloucester. As some of you know, I'm a builder developer, built a lot of homes in Gloucester over the last 30 years, probably somewhere between 125 and 150 homes. Since they've made the zoning changes, and I think I've mentioned this at a few meetings, since the year 2000, I believe that I have built 1 2-family when I could have built a lot, and it was for a brother and a sister and their families. I'm taking a different tact. I'm for some of these, strongly for some of these. 2 of the amendments and 2 of the other amendments, I think they need a little bit more discussion in the neighborhoods. But I think strongly that allowing the 2-family with extensions by right is very important. Since they changed this, I've been probably talking with Greg Catamatori, Bill Sanborn, that I think it's unfair that a developer can come in and build a 2-family like you see on Essex Ave or over in the back shore. Anyway, they can do it. But if someone wants to keep an additional family member, whether it's a parent to have their kids or kids to have their parents move in with them and put on an additional room, they have to go through the meat grinder. Sorry, Sean, the Board of Appeals. They've got to go get their drainage plan. They've got to spend a lot of money, deal with neighbors. And a lot of people that I talk to that want to just stay in town, families, they say, I don't want to go through that. I'm just going to sell the place. I'm just going to sell it. And I've talked this at many meetings, and I actually had met with not an elderly couple. I met with a senior couple in their 60s to 70s on Saturday for this exact thing. I want to give the name up on the Haskell Street area that exactly wants to bring their family to live with them. And I told them what they would have to do, what they'd have to go through. And they just, shake their head. Well, what can we do to build in? And they just couldn't fit 3 kids where they were in the house that they had, and to maintain their sort of lifestyle that they wanted to as they got into their older ages. I think going in, being able to keep this as put it as a matter of right. So it's the same as brand new. If you tear down a house, you can build another brand new, you can convert with interior changes. And there's also other ways that you can do this. You could put an extension on and then go back and convert it to a 2-family at a later point in time, which isn't really the right way to do it, but that's what people do. That's what builders, developers. I just think from a fairness standpoint that this should go through. Again, I just think it's unfair. And with regards to the lot width, I've built on a lot of lots where I've had to zigzag the lot lines. If you go down Magnolia Ave, if you go down Essex Ave, you'll see houses staggered, one in front, one in back. And it could look a lot more uniform and dig less into the lots. Some lots, you have to go back 300 feet to zigzag to get around the house, to widen the lot width, to narrow the lot width. I think that it should be uniform, same width. If you have the frontage, you have the width, same number. Again, some of the other items, changing the amount of square footage required from R30, R40, R80. I think should be taken
Wrap
on
up,
later
Chris.
on.
I'm sorry. You're
Yeah,
over.
and I think, and the last thing, I think if the RC 40, they really, 95% of them don't want to change from what it is, I would just really try to leave that one alone. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Councilors, we have 3 minutes until 11. So let's hear one more speaker and then we're going to have to vote if we wish to continue. So the next person.
I have 10:59.
Okay, all right, so so councilors, let's would someone like to make a motion to continue or
I'd like to move to continue the public hearing. I mean, continue with the public hearing, not continue the public hearing. Yes, I'd like to continue the meeting.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue the meeting for another 30 minutes is what our rules of procedure are. And it was seconded by Council Memard. Is there a discussion, councilors? Council Worthley?
Thank you, Madam President. If we don't vote to continue the meeting tonight, what happens to the public hearing?
Then, so if we continue to hear the speakers and we finish the speakers, then at the next meeting, we start off where we left off. So we would start off with the correspondence and communications as of close of business on March 17th at 6:30. And then we are able to ask the questions of the applicant prior to the committee reports, closing the public hearing at that point in the committee reports.
So if we don't vote to continue, then we would pick up where we left off with the public hearing. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question, Counselor.
If we
Yes,
if we don't change our rules, we don't extend the meeting another half an hour, we pick up at this point in the public hearing process. Is that correct?
If we end it now, we end it now. And so I guess with 3 more hands left, we would have to continue to have folks speak.
What I'm saying is there are 94 people in the meeting. Any of them could raise their hands. We could be another 2 hours. I just want to be smart about, are we continuing the meeting or are we continuing the hearing?
continuing the meeting. That was the motion.
And if we vote
Okay, the
against
motion
that,
is-
does the hearing close?
No,
Correct.
No, right now, the motion, we have to move the motion right now. The motion is to continue and we have a second. And in the, so,
We're still in
They're
discussion. There are currently 4 hands raised in the public.
Right.
okay, so who else would like to speak on this motion? We have a motion, we have a second, Councilor Gross.
Yeah, I know, I think it's foolhardy not to finish, we only have a 30-minute extension and then it has to be a unanimous vote after that. And we're using up all this time on this vote, so we need to extend it from 30 minutes after the vote, I think. But I think if we start seeing more hands pop up at 11:30, it's over, I would think, but that's my opinion on this. So.
Who else would like to speak on the motion? Councilor Memard and then Councilor O'Hara. Councilor Memard, yes.
No, I've expressed my opinion to continue for the next half hour so that people that have their hands raised can speak tonight after waiting all this time.
Okay, Councilor O'Hara, you'd like to speak?
I'm not in favor of continuing. We've been going since 6 o'clock versus 7 o'clock. And I feel that, we can continue, but I suspect that we've lost a lot of people who have been on the call due to just the timing. It's 11 p.m. Again, we've been going since 6 p.m.
Okay,
Thank you.
Who else like to speak on the motion?
I would like to speak on the motion. I
Councilor
made it.
Gross.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got 4 people right now who've been waiting the entire time that we've been here to speak on this issue for 3 minutes. I think we disrespect their attention to this meeting and their intention of staying and presenting their opinions, regardless of what they are. I'd say we hear these people, we have a half an hour, and then we can decide what to do at that point.
Okay, so go ahead, Council O'Neill, because we're taking time right now
Yep,
on this.
I understand that. I have a client at 6 a.m., so I have to get up at like 4:30. So I would rather not continue this meeting. That's where I stand.
Okay, well, we'll be able to take the vote in a second. Anyone else like to discuss the motion before we take a vote? Council Worthley.
Simply on the motion, I agree with Councilor Grow that it's disrespectful to not hear the people that have their hands raised. But I think that they will come back and contribute as they have, and we should be continuing the dialogue and to try to squeeze it all in the next 26 minutes, including questions by the councilors.
We don't have to do that.
No, right. So we don't have to do that, Council Worthy. We can answer the questions. We can hear from them, and then we can make a decision to continue the next part of the public hearing at the next meeting. So let's vote. We've got a motion. We've got a second, and let's vote by roll call. This is to continue the meeting for another 30 minutes until we need to vote again. So we've got Council O'Hara.
No.
No. Okay, Council O'Neill.
No.
Council Worthley.
No.
Council Gilman. Yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
Council Memard.
Reluctantly, yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 in favor, 6 in favor to continue, and 3 opposed. So the yeses have it. So right now, we've got Linda Brayton, Brent, Mary Ann, and John Haley. Rob Culbert. So we have 5 people times 3.
Bob Culbert's already spoken this evening.
Okay, so we have 4 hands. So let's people are still throwing their hands up right now. So let's stick with our plan, and let's start with the first person is Linda Brayton. Hi, Linda.
Hello. Gee, I feel really welcome.
Oh my gosh, it's good.
Wake up. Linda Brayton, 527 Washington Street. Yes, I wasn't about to hang up at the last minute. I didn't even know for sure that I was going to talk tonight, depended on what other people said. Lots of things I would have said have already been said. But I was really kind of moved by the comments about the environment. And I think that's a big deal. I had a little story to tell. I'll make it quick. When I was a kid, at the end of my street, there was a woodlot, and it was this precious place. My friends and I played there. We named all the trees, and there were some houses that were built there instead. So very young, this became an issue for me, environment versus housing. I don't want to make that choice. I really don't want to make that choice. I was deeply involved with the Plan 2000 creation. It was a 2-year process. There were a good 1,000 people that had input. They knew enough to go to the meeting. Somehow they found out. And a beautiful document was created. Janice DeLuto got a standing ovation after she had been put through the meat grinder, frankly, sometimes. But what we had at the end of that was people talking to each other, people not thinking in black and white. Either I have housing or I have the environment. I care a lot about the environment. I care a lot about housing. I have worked on the Clean Energy Commission and its predecessors since Plan 2001 and Janice DeLuto. I took my piece and I ran with it. And a lot of other people did the same. People picked up housing, they picked up culture, they picked up the arts, tourism, people, Tony there is one of the veterans of the whole thing. We worked together. We had something great. It's kind of, the structure is still there. The groundwork's been done. The vision is still there. it does need to be updated, but my point of this entire thing is we need to work together on this. We don't have to be picking and choosing what's good about Gloucester and only having that one piece. There are ways to make things work together, and that plan spells out a lot of it. But in any case, we are going to go down if we don't come to some kind of conclusion about how to make this place work. And that includes people being able to live here, that want to live here. So that's my story.
Thank you, Linda.
Another 3 minutes.
Thank you. John Haley, introduce yourself and your address. Thank you.
Yes, my name is John Haley. I live at 5 Aileen Terrace in Gloucester. I've been a resident of Gloucester for the past 30 years on Eastern Point. I'm a major supporter of Gloucester. I've supported Adventure, actually bailed Adventure out of bankruptcy in 1992. I've been a supporter of Wellspring, Gloucester Sailing, Cape Ann Museum, actually providing every employee of the city of Gloucester free admittance to Cape Ann Museum for the last 18 months. I'm a supporter of affordable housing in Gloucester. However, converting Eastern Point to an RC40 amendment will not create affordable housing. That is counter to your proposal. I support affordable housing, and it should be. But when you look at Eastern Point, you have 85% of the residents of Eastern Point are on sewer, on septic system, excuse me. The roads are private. And over 30% of the property is owned by Audubon, supporting bald eagles, the monarch butterfly path. By converting Eastern Point to RC40, you're not going to create affordable housing. You're actually going to ruin the environment, and you have created and conducted no environmental evaluation of the impact of converting RC40 to on the environmental impact. So I am adamantly opposed to this. I think it's counter to, if you think about what we just saw in October and November in Europe in the COP26, and thinking about the environment and the damage you will do to the environment by passing this rule. I mean, it is just amazing. You have a number of other ways to address affordable housing other than to convert to RC40. You're just going to benefit a number of real estate developers who want to sell very expensive housing and not create affordable housing. So I'll be very brief. I'm a major supporter of Gloucester. I've been supporting Gloucester and low-income housing and the teachers of Gloucester for the last 30 years, but this will not create affordable housing. And by just whitewashing everything to an RC40, it is counter and will not benefit the city of Gloucester nor affordable housing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, John. Brett, would you introduce yourself and your address, please? You have up to 3 minutes to speak to us. Thanks.
This is actually Kelly Seacrest. I'm using Brent's computer. I live at 9 Whites Mountain Road. And I'm just speaking on behalf to say that I do not agree with the amendment. And I believe that the city should take its time to sort of just do what everybody's been kind of saying tonight, is just put the brakes on things and do the master plan and, you know, update our housing production plan to what actually occurs, you know, what's going on now in our city. And I know that people who don't know me have been trying to sort of discredit me online and stuff. But I just want people to know that I'm a retired state trooper. I've been working in real estate for the past 28 years. I actively flipped houses in Gloucester. I've made a lot of money on doing things that the zoning allows you to do. And I just want people to realize that if you just sort of change the zoning to allow more creation of all these housing units, it's what some people think will bring in more affordable housing. It will also bring in investors. And so you may help a couple of kids, you know, stay in their parents' basement, or maybe, you know, I could get my mom to my house. We all have something that we want to do, maybe, but what it will do is just bring in an influx of investors. And so I belong to an investor group, and I've been really working in the South, and this same investor group is nationwide. And I can look and I can see them coming to this town. They target places that are being regionalized. And I know you guys don't like that word, but they do. They come in and they offer you coaching and teaching, and they tell you how to buy houses and condo them. And I can see it happening with people in this group. And this town's being targeted. I just received a brochure from We Buy Ugly Houses. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but unfortunately, you probably won't get a brochure from them because you guys don't live in a distressed house, but I do, because I had a house fire. And so I'm targeted. My house looks like something someone's going to make money off. And so what they do when they come, when We Buy Ugly Houses comes to your town, they know your area is about to explode. And that's why they're going to put a lot of money and a lot of cash offers are going to be coming into this town. And so I would just say, please vote no, take a break. There's so many people who still don't know that this is even happening. Very, influential people who are smart and would think that you'd know that these zoning amendments were coming down are completely dumbfounded. They're hearing it for
Kelly, your time is up, so.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Madam President, can we have the last speaker's name again? I didn't get it at the beginning of it.
Kelly Seacrest.
Kelly Seacrest.
Thank you.
Mary Ann Boucher, would you introduce yourself and your address? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm Mary Ann Albert Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. I've attended almost every single meeting there could possibly be in regards to everything in the city. And I've attended all 5 board meetings. 85, if not 90% of every person that spoke at those meetings were opposed to these amendments. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to any or all of them, but what I am saying is that we need to find a balance. I listened earlier tonight. Our roads are a mess. I drove through Poplar Park last week, and it's so sad to see what I saw. We don't, and I've been known to say this many, many times, we don't take care of what we already have. I'm very concerned. There's a house around the corner from me that went up for auction last year. It was a single family. A developer quickly came in, scooped it up and sold and turned it into 2 condos and made over $650,000 on each one of them. I sold a house on Maple Street a couple of years ago because I had people coming in and telling me, I asked a certain amount for each apartment, and I had people suggesting to me, do you take rental assistance? I can give you more if you take rental assistance than what you're asking. I find that we have a bigger problem because we are pushing out the middle class. We are finding, Halyard was our perfect opportunity for affordable housing, and we didn't take that. We truly let that slip by. I agree with that other gentleman that said that. We did let that slip by. What guarantee does any of this give us that this is going to guarantee more people will be able to stay here? It doesn't. Greg Catamatore stated it time after time. this does not guarantee any affordable housing. I just wish that we would, I feel like we're pitting wards against wards. You know, you can do it in other wards, but not in my ward. And that's really disturbing to me. I really wish that we would truly work together. We never work together. It's always the opposite of that. And I've gone to enough meetings in the last several years to see how it works. And it's very discouraging. I would hope that we could all work together to find the common ground, to do what's best for all classes in the city. And I don't think we're doing it.
Time is up.
Thank you.
For us. Thank you.
No, I just want to say that it's really discouraging. It's very discouraging to see how this works. And thank you.
Thank you. Louise Palazzolo, would you introduce yourself and your address and speak to us? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, yep.
Okay, Olympia Louise Palazzolo, 57 Western Avenue, Gloucester, Mass. I am now in Florida, and I have been watching every one of these meetings, so I'm kind of glad you're doing this on Zoom. And if you go to City Council, please do Zoom as well. So I would appreciate it. Everyone spoke just about everything that I would have had to say. I had my hand raised all night, only I had the wrong one up. It said raise hand and I hit the wrong button. So I'm sitting here waiting. Anyway, the main thing that I feel is that, you know, these proposals sound great, but we can't stop developers. And I don't think if it goes back to the drawing board, you can still stop developers. We all keep talking about it as being for family members to make two families for their children or for their family members, but we can't stop the developers from saying, okay, she can now make it a two family. I'm buying it and making two $500,000 condos or $1 million condos for that matter. If there was a way to send this back to these people, the board that created them, is there anything that can do that could create this for our people? And I say our people, anyone can be our people at this time. So I'm really concerned about that. I'm also concerned, I'm going to mention Rantoul Street in Beverly, which I'm sure everyone has driven by. And they were across from the train station. They built huge high-rise buildings that are attached to each other. The first one, they didn't build enough parking, so people parked at the train station. Well, going by there now, it's 2 years later, and it is developed totally. It's not Rantoul Street anymore. It's all these monster buildings. Picture that, one side of those buildings on Maplewood Avenue. If everything was torn down and you get this great big building sets going up on Maplewood Avenue, with the 45-foot or 35-foot height, they can go back to the board to make it even taller. So, you know, it's easier to go for another 10 if we agree to those heights. So that's another thing that bothers me about the height exemption. So I know there's some quality to the 35, but
That's
also,
not tonight. Louise.
sorry.
That amendment is not tonight.
Oh, you're not going to do the 35 and you're not doing
tonight,
those
no.
height extensions? Okay, all right. No, I appreciate that.
Okay.
So anyway, more than anything else, I just wish that there was a way you could stop the development. I mean, the first house I sold in Gloucester, I sold for $47,000. You know that I've been working real estate here for 18,000 years. To think that I can't afford to live in Gloucester if I didn't have my house right now, because I couldn't afford what people are buying them for. So if you can do anything before voting on this to make it affordable, that's what I would say. And you can't say for families. I don't know what you can say to make it so that it is for our people. Okay, thank
Louise,
you.
your time is up. All right, so hands continue to pop up. So now we have Julianne McKenney, we've got Robin, we've got Peter Coakley and Denise Pascucci and Meg Jarrett. So right now we're on to 11:30. So we've got 8 more minutes and then we have to take another vote, which would have to be unanimous to continue. So let's go with the next person. So
I
Joanne,
have Mary Ann. Was that Mary Ann Boucher? Does she
yes,
still have her hand up? Okay, so I'm gonna, Robin would be the, oh, I'm sorry. I just did Peter Coakley.
okay. Hi, Peter. Would you introduce yourself and your name? Thank you.
Yeah, sure, thank you. Peter Coakley, 20 Eastern Point Boulevard in Gloucester. I've been there about 22 years. One quick little point about Gloucester, the city I love most in the world. When people drive through it with me from out of town, all they say is, my God, this is very dense. People build houses on top of houses. It looks like there's apartments and basements. But anyways, that's the impression, and that's not what the most favorable impression. But I want to just say to you, when people do convert their basements into a second home, and sometimes the grandparents go in, I can tell you from experience, most of the time, what you will get is people who live, say, in my neighborhood near Niles Beach, they will say, oh my God, we could fix up the basement and get $4,000 a week or this much a month. So they'll be rented by the day, week, and the month, many of these basements. But I only want to real quickly now finish, because I only wanted to talk about RC40 because that's where I live. First of all, you've heard already that it's a very environmentally sensitive area. And there's no environmental plan being done from this. That's what upsets the residents on Eastern Point. You know, it just doesn't make any sense because, you know, 85% of the homes in Eastern Point are on septic tanks. 100% of the roads are below the plain. 99% of all the people who live in homes, well, it's, you know, probably 200 or 300 people, have said they do not want this to pass. So it's just strange to me that I'm sitting in a world where people are saying, well, I'm voting on RC40. It's a neighborhood. There is in Magnolia too, but most of it is in Eastern Point. And 99% have asked me not to vote for something, but I think I'll vote for it tonight. So anyways, please, thank you. Like everyone has said, you guys work way too hard, but please don't make these changes for Gloucester. You're going to ruin the quality of life in Gloucester. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Now we have Robin. Robin, would you introduce yourself and speak to the council for up to 3 minutes in your address? Thank you. Okay, you're unmuted. Robin? You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Robin, can you turn up your volume maybe if you're calling in on your computer?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yep. Name.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Sorry, I'm kind of tired. No, I said Robin Hosking, 24th Lane. I live in West Gloucester. And it just seems like the theme behind the amendment changes keeps talking about is that there's non-affordable housing. There's a housing crisis here. We know that's not only Gloucester, there's a housing crisis in the whole Northeast. And we're not going to solve it, you know, here by overcrowding an island that, you know, there's nowhere to expand. We have an island, you can't fit 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag. And so the theme of affordable housing, but then it seems counterintuitive. Then, you know, the planning board guy and everyone else is saying, well, this isn't about affordable housing. Can everyone hear me? Because I can't see anyone here.
I can hear you. Absolutely.
Hello?
Clear.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yep. Thank
So, you know, and as far as I look at the statistics of the population in Gloucester, it hasn't changed, you know, like by a couple hundred in 25 years. So I don't know where this extra demand of housing is coming from, but I do know what everyone else has echoed, that the housing is getting more and more expensive. So if you have an area where the housing is obviously going up in price and there's a chance for for it to be sort of raped and developed and overdeveloped to make a quick buck. Of course that's going to happen. I mean, it's who doesn't want to live by the ocean? But like other people have said, you know, it's environmentally sensitive, etc. And this whole idea of, oh wow, if this doesn't work out after we try to implement it, you know, we'll just go back. Well, how many years has this taken to just get to this point? So you're going to have meetings for 6 years to try to go back. You know, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You know, once the barn door is open, what are you going to say to people? Take your house down? So, you know, this is the other thing. I'd encourage everyone to look at the Daler study that was paid by the town in 2020. It was, I mean, 2000, and it was a comprehensive study, and it looked at the topography. I mean, you have to look at the, you know, the granite and the, you know, where the water is and where the streams are and where the marshes are. You know, you have to look at the topography of what you're building on. So that's what they did. And you know, I would just, you know, it's a great study. It was impartial and it was comprehensive, and it went through every district and every street and everything else, and dealt with sewers and not, you know, and no one's really mentioned cars, but I don't even go down. I live in West Gloucester. I do not go into town. I live here. I go to New Hampshire to my friend's lake house to just like get away from so much traffic here, because it's just not, it's not pleasant to be sitting in smog, you know, with cars running downtown and just all around the island, and you can't even move. That's so, it's just, the quality of life is just not pleasant. You want to add people? I just, you know, this is not, it's not thought out. I recommend going against it. It's just, it's very naive. I mean, the people, you know, people have said, oh, I'll have my granny move in. Okay, I'll finish up.
Okay.
I'll finish up.
Thank you.
It just seems naive, you know. It's lovely to have your grandmother move in, but, you know, thank you.
Thank you. And we have the last speaker right now. So counselors, if we can.
Thank you.
Hear Julianne McKinney, and that is, and that will be it. And then we'll decide what our next step is. So Julianne, introduce yourself and in your address, and you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us. Julianne, can you unmute yourself, please?
Julianne McKinney, 1097A Washington Street in Lanesville. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am opposed to the amendments on the table. Please vote no for the future of Gloucester. Thank you.
Thank you, Julianne. So LJ has already spoken, so I think we are
we need to, it's over. We need to either vote to extend or.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, so at this point in time, our rules and procedure, as Tony said earlier, is that subsequent extensions now at 11:30 needs to be approved by the unanimous vote of the city council members. So I guess I move to, well, would anyone like to make a motion besides me? No, nobody wants to.
I'd move to continue till our next meeting.
Okay, so Council Memard moves to continue this until our next meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Council Worthley seconds it. So we need a unanimous vote. So
No.
So no, go ahead.
Oh, you're talking, Scott, you're talking about tonight?
No.
No, I think he said move to continue it to the next meeting.
I want to end this now and continue our discussion until our next scheduled meeting.
That doesn't
Okay.
need to be unanimous.
What do you mean it doesn't have to be unanimous?
Only the vote to extend needs to be.
Oh, I'm
unanimous.
sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm tired. So
Yeah.
I can't help it.
Don't make a motion to extend.
Okay. So there's a motion not to.
I'm not making a motion to extend.
Okay. So there's got to be a vote now. So we have a motion and a second by Council Worthy. Oh, we want a discussion. Okay, Council Grow.
Yeah, I just want to spend some more time talking to y'all. My understanding is that we pick up where we are right now with the procedures that the public hearing as it stands at this moment. We then continue on at the next meeting. We start up that point.
That would be my understanding. And right now there's one hand up who is LJ. So I believe
She's already spoken.
who has already spoken.
You have
So
not, you have not closed the public hearing as of right now.
Yeah.
I have not, I can't close it because we haven't done the
Voted yesterday.
correspondence and we haven't done the questions. So we're
Yeah.
not, we cannot close it.
Exactly.
So the
Yeah.
public hearing remains open.
Right.
Counselors, would this mean that these hands that are popping up now, Margaret,
No.
LJ's already spoken, that's Lisa. So Margaret's hand is up right now. So we
doesn't-
would start with that person or would we
No.
just go right into the court? All right, so the public hearing, the public hearing is going to be continued. And right now, we would start off with the correspondence, communications, and then continue to the questions. So the public hearing would remain open. Okay, so I move to continue this. We have to vote
Is there a
first.
motion?
So I can't, so let's vote to continue this. And we'll start with Council O'Hara to continue this to the next meeting.
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Motion to adjourn.
And motion
Second.
to adjourn.
Thank you all, and thank you, Greg and Mayor Verga and Jill.
We do
Roll
have to do
call.
a-
Roll
do have to
call,
do a
Scott.
roll call, Counselor, and,
Easy, boy. We gotta do this right.
Scott's getting excited. He
I'm
wants to go
just-
to bed.
I'm letting you know that the public hearing is continuing, okay? So, Council O'Hara
Yes.
to adjourn, Councilor O'Neill
Yes.
to adjourn, Council Worthley to adjourn, Council Gilman to adjourn, yes, Council Gross to adjourn.
Yes.
Council Grow to adjourn,
Yes.
Council Majota to adjourn,
Yes.
Council Memard to adjourn,
To sleep, perhaps a dream. Yes.
and Council Nolan to adjourn.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody, and thank you. Thank you, Jill Cahill and Greg Catamatori and
Thank you,
Mayor
Joanne.
Parker and Joanne for being
Good
here.
night, everyone.
Thank you.
Night.
Good night, everyone.